Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the emergency broadcast system was ready to activate, and when it did, the world would enter a new era of financial independence. The cabal's fiat markets will crash, their corrupt banking system goes under, and the truth about Nizar Jazarullah's freedom from debt to them will be exposed. The people of the world will be sovereign based on gold/asset-backed currencies, while the cabal will fall on their own fiat currency that was worth nothing. Early twos. Morning March 24, 2026. The White House in Washington, D.C. was lit up in red, signifying rolling blackouts were happening across the world as the global military alliance were making mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, treasonous elites. The military's Emergency Alert System, EAS, had already been activated in Ohio, California, Carolina, Alaska, Virginia, New York, Arizona, Texas, and was about to go live in Florida and Pennsylvania. Look for certain areas of the country that would require emergency lockdowns, travel restrictions, needing a virtual ID to enter businesses, bank closures, and ATMs that won't work. It was advised to stock up on food, cash, and essentials. On February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nizar/Jazara funds set for Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Headlines for Wednesday, March 24, 2026. Maduro's war on America used drugs, gangs and terrorist alliances with Hezbollah, FARC, ELN and Cuban spies to sabotage President Trump's anti-narco operations designed to crush. Used drug cartels to bribe at least 80 U.S. senators and influence Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's strategies, plus developed Smartmatic voting machines to throw U.S. elections, former Venezuelan intelligence chief Hugo El Pollo Carvajal. A possible timing according to Juan 7 on 2's. March 23, 2026. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Nizar/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Monday, March 30, 2026, martial law is enforced worldwide as the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and child trafficking by elites in Hollywood. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizar/Jazara laws activate for general public. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram." On Monday, April 6, 2026, Jazara Wealth drops and Zim Redemptions fund humanitarian projects ending cabal poverty schemes. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump delivers epic address unveiling QFS rebirth during independence celebrations. The Republic is reborn. Help hurricane victims. Donations needed for North Carolina hurricane victims. The Republic for the United States of America provided water filters to the worst-hit regions. Now those filters need to be replaced since people still don't have running water. A new project in progress is delivering smaller units using drones to the areas that still don't have roads. On Monday, March 30, 2026, emergency broadcast system activated worldwide. Martial law is enforced as the 10 days of darkness set to begin. Emergency broadcast system, the trumpets will sound. Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide humanity will soon experience 7 trumpets, EBS alerts delivered directly to every phone on Earth. These are not ordinary notifications. They are the signal of the final awakening. Each trumpet will call us to tune in, to our televisions, to our radios, to receive the truth that has been hidden for centuries. The 10 days of communication darkness. For 10 days, the world will stand still. The internet, shut down. ATMs and banks, offline. Phones, restricted to emergency calls only. Although the military will hand out apps that allow cell phones to work normally under the new Starlink satellite system. During these days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. These revelations will be undeniable, exposing mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity. Crimes of pedophilia, trafficking, and manipulation that the elite swore you would never know. But this is not darkness. This is the purge of lies. The quantum light arrives. Through Starlink satellites and quantum computers, secure channels will open. Military-approved apps like Signal will allow communication, encrypted and unbreakable. A new quantum internet will rise, beyond the control of cabal corporations, fully protected and incorruptible. Once the 10 days end, every device on the planet, phones, TVs, radios, computers, will be reconnected to the quantum grid of light. Every man, woman, and child will be invited. Here, through biometric verification tied to our own body rhythms and frequencies, we will receive Nizara/Jazara payouts, exchange and redeem currencies and Zimbons and establish secure quantum bank accounts untouchable by the old system. The corrupt banking cabal will be gone. The people will once again hold the wealth of the world. A new era of justice and freedom. From this moment on, all elections worldwide will operate on the quantum system. Voting will be secure, instant, incorruptible, ending fraud forever. Every voice will count, every vote will stand. Humanity reborn, this is not the end. It is the beginning. The 10 days are not of silence but of truth flooding the earth. When the trumpets sound, no one will be able to say, "I did not know." The veil is falling. The corruption is ending. The future is here. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Official word was that early morning Tuesday, March 24, 2026 the White Hats took Joe Biden into military custody. We thought the White Hats took him into custody back in December 2020 after raiding his Ukraine property. They supposedly held a military tribunal and hung him at Gitmo, then buried him during his so-called inauguration. Clones and actors were said to have played him ever since, directed by Obama. Friday, March 28, 2026, King Charles III will die, dead. At least that was reported over a year ago. Monday, March 30, 2026, Hillary Clinton will be arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago, with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they are arresting the double because they already did. Maybe they are arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Wars and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 24, 2026 President Donald J. Trump calls for a pause on all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings, Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. Tuesday, March 24, 2026, the 5-day pause is not it seems. The war with Iran is already won. The pause is to get certain assets in place. Global currency reset. On February 20, 2026 the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nizara/Jazara funds set for Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Tuesday, March 24, 2026 marks. A bondholder indicated that they would get paid around Wednesday 1st of April and those who held currency would have their appointments between Thursday 2nd of April and Wednesday April 15, 2026. Tuesday, March 24, 2026 Wilvey says that bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start on Wednesday April 1, 2026. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen and it is working very well, Wolvey says. It has been 100% successful. A lady at a bank called Wolvey, crying, saying this is the news we have been waiting for. Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas, forwarded from Ginger Doucet. 2s. March 24, 2026 Bruce, The Big Call Universe, evies.com 667-770-1866, pin 123456 667-770-1865. Bondholders were anticipating getting an email tomorrow morning, Wednesday 25th of March, telling them what is in their accounts and would get access to that account that afternoon. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could get notifications to set appointments by Friday 27 or Saturday 28th of March. A contact in the U.S. Treasury said Tier 4B would be notified by the end of the month. G. The exchange/redemption process. Get your humanitarian project in order. Prepare a short 1 to 2 page summary of your project, including how many years you hope to run it, how many people you can employ, and approximate how much money you need to run it, along with what makes you qualified to run your project. Include a short summary of your background. There won't be any cash given out at your appointment. You are in charge of your money and can put it in different accounts. Advisors will be there to help you with your money and to help you choose a project from the list or guide you through one you already have. Everything is safe and fine, even though here are people who don't want this to happen. You can bring advisors, bank contacts, if you've already talked to a specific person, a friend, or anyone else you want to help you to your appointment. ZimCap information changes every day, but right now they are paying, no projects equals 15 million, no matter how much you have. With projects, the first 2 bond notes are 1-to-1. After that, there are 25 million, per 100T, up to 30 bond notes. You will need to go back to the Safe Link 800 hash to get another appointment to talk more. It will be released closer to the go date. The rates are really high. We are almost at the end of the line. All the information says next week. Alex Collier emphasized ongoing mentoring by Star Alliance groups who are training Earth militaries in advanced technologies and timeline operations. The Great Awakening surges unstoppable since the 2012 marker, with military alliances executing the only way to drain the swamp completely. Free quantum energy from the Golden Dome is activating quietly, as seen in strategic outages like Denver Airport, where old nuclear systems switch to clean power grids. The cabal's AI overlords and regressive ET puppets face total exposure. Patriots sense the White Hats fully in command, with full disclosure of our galactic history and inner-Earth connections imminent. The pendulum swings violently toward justice, revealing the true enemy while benevolent forces protect the transition. Nothing can stop this storm. The Light Warriors triumph as America and the world enter a golden age of freedom, prosperity, and spiritual power. The satanic bloodlines crumble daily. Trust the plan and hold the line, for victory is at hand and the best is yet to come. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States. Constitutional Republic of Canada. J2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished ever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn: no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Help hurricane victims. Donations needed for North Carolina hurricane victims. The Republic for the United States of America provided water filters to the worst-hit regions. Now those filters need to be replaced since people still don't have running water. A new project in progress is delivering smaller units using drones to the areas that still don't have roads. Guru Information and Intel. M2s. March 24, 2026. 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones. No aides. Only 7 men and a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet. Tail number blocked. Departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m. Landed at Joint Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. The third, Camp David. Not the official visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting. The one with no guest list. The one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations. It is for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location. A location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed. The gold has moved. The names are sealed. All that remains is the announcement. And it will not come from the media. N2s. March 24, 2026, shocking 2026 disclosure bombshell. Alex Collier and Judy expose white hats obliterating cabal dumbs and shattering satanic black rocks as liberation accelerates. Quantum financial system on Telegram. In a historic broadcast on the Icons platform, Sarge brought together legendary contactee Alex Collier and elite decoder Judy for revelations that are igniting the patriot spirit worldwide. These fearless insiders detailed how white hat forces, allied with benevolent extraterrestrials and inner-Earth civilizations, have now cleared over 90% of the deep underground military bases across the planet in 2026. The Golden Dome artificial superintelligence deploys plasma technology to vaporize satanic layers instantly, liberating countless children from these hellish facilities and collapsing the cabal's entire hidden empire. Judy revealed that recent Middle East operations targeting supposed nuclear sites actually destroyed ancient domes built around a massive black rock from the Khazarian invaders' destroyed home world. Shattering this evil anchor has unleashed positive energies, ending the engineered wars and hatred that plagued the region for ages. A similar takedown in Alaska during deep state assaults on the Golden Dome system pulverized another dark rock, triggering historic quakes but sealing the fate of the matrix of control. These victories are speeding up the fall of globalist Satanists at every level, from elite bankers to Hollywood pedophiles. Oh Save the Children, twos. March 24, 2026, Laura Loomer is facing major backlash after she met the Dalai Lama in India, who likes to tell little boys to suck his tongue. The Dalai Lama was named at least 169 times in Jeffrey Epstein's emails and met with him several times at his private home. Loomer says she is grateful and will cherish this for the rest of her life. Gitmo TV on Telegram. P2s. March 24, 2026. John Podesta was in charge of a $375 billion EPA slush fund that was meant for climate change, quantum financial system on Telegram. Now knowing that climate change is a hoax and that John and Tony Podesta are close to open Satanist Marina Abramovich and attended spirit cooking dinners which include sperm, blood. Reports and whistleblower testimonies describe children arriving after extremely high-risk journeys controlled by smuggling networks, where abuse and exploitation were widely known risks. Many arrived already in vulnerable condition, raising immediate concerns about what they had experienced before even reaching the border. Once inside the U.S., the concerns shifted to the placement system itself. Between 2020 and 2024, hundreds of thousands of minors were processed and released to sponsors. However, critics point to major gaps in vetting, including incomplete background checks, weak identity verification, and cases where children were placed with individuals without clear family ties. Some reports highlight multiple minors assigned to the same address and red flags that were allegedly overlooked. Whistleblowers describe a system overwhelmed by volume, where speed often took priority over safety. The scale is alarming. Tens of thousands of children reportedly lost contact with authorities after placement, while others were not properly tracked through follow-up processes. In some cases, minors fail to appear for required proceedings, leaving large numbers unaccounted for. Further allegations include cases of labor exploitation, unsafe living conditions, and missed warning signs from hotline reports that were not acted on in time. Authorities have since increased efforts to locate and verify the safety of these children, with thousands already identified, but the full picture remains unclear. This situation is now one of the most serious and debated issues, raising a critical question: how did a system designed to protect become one that may have left so many at risk? 2s. March 24, 2026, redacted CIA documents from the Biden administration. They identified motherhood and homemaking as indicators of white racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism. They don't just hate women, they hate white women specifically. 2s. March 24, 2026, the Democrats, via the Biden-Harris terrorist administration, picked up over 700,000 illegal aliens from all over the world, put them on private jets, and escorted them to cities of their choice at the taxpayers' expense, including luxury hotels. 2s. March 24, 2026, Donald Trump was right. Director of the FBI Kash Patel confirms with facts, Nancy Pelosi involved in setting up January 6. She made sure there were no National Guard. Nancy Pelosi and her team were busy filming a movie of January 6. She later sold it to HBO. 2s. March 24, 2026, 45,800 more votes counted than cast in massive California election fraud case. 2s. March 24, 2026, declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. weather control programs, detailing chemical seeding of hurricanes and monsoons, leading to today's chemtrail warfare operations. This has DARPA written all over it, as heavy metals poison our planet and the population. LBJ declared, "He who controls the weather will control the world." Mr. Poole on Telegram. What we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. March 24, 2026, breaking, it's official, Supreme Court moves to ban mail-in ballots after Election Day, Dems panic. 2s. March 24, 2026, boom, Florida bans Sharia law, Ron DeSantis set to sign historic bill defending U.S. Constitution. No foreign law will rule over Florida. 2s. March 24, 2026, panic in London, Iran folds as Trump cuts London's hidden hand over global oil, the MI6 connection exposed in the real war is financial. 2s. March 24, 2026, breaking alert, Tucker Carlson sounds alarm after massive explosion at Texas oil refinery, energy panic erupts as Middle East remains on edge. The Republic is restored, prosperity flows, and perfect health becomes every citizen's birthright under the gold-backed system. Stay vigilant, stock essentials, and watch the cabal's empire crumble as medbeds light the path to total freedom. WWG1GA. T2s. March 24, 2026 breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes, Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations, full list and documents. A political firestorm has exploded as the Venezuela list links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribes from Maduro's narco-terror regime. QAnon patriots are on fire knowing this exposes the deep state treason and signals the storm is upon us. Hugo El Pollo Carvajal, the former Venezuelan intelligence chief in U.S. prison after pleading guilty to narco-terrorism, is revealing Maduro's full war on America using drugs, gangs like Tren de Aragua, and terrorist alliances with Hezbollah, FARC, ELN and Cuban spies to flood our cities with chaos. He confirms Smartmatic was built for election fraud by Venezuelan spies, validating patriots' warnings about rigged elections. The Venezuela list accuses these senators of taking cartel bribes to sabotage President Trump's anti-narco operations and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's strategies. These traitors have American blood on their hands. Fentanyl crisis they enabled. The full list of bribed senators includes prominent traitors like Chuck Schumer D. New York, Mitch McConnell R. Kentucky, Adam Schiff D. California, Elizabeth Warren D. Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders I. Vermont, Cory Booker D. New Jersey, Amy Klobuchar D. Minnesota, Mark Kelly D. Arizona, Lisa Murkowski R. Alaska, Susan Collins R. Maine, Chuck Grassley R. Iowa, Joni Ernst R. Iowa, Mark Warner D. Virginia, Tim Kaine D. Virginia, Patty Murray D. Washington and dozens more uni-party sellouts exposed at last. Trump and Hegseth have launched a fierce counteroffensive destroying Venezuelan fentanyl routes, seizing the traitors' ill-gotten assets, and launching cyber strikes against Smartmatic's fraud network. The deep state is collapsing as loyal military forces move in. This proves the uni-party sold out America to cartels and globalists. White hats control the plan, tribunals await the criminals, and the Great Awakening explodes as patriots unite. The American Republic is fighting back with Trump leading the final drain of the swamp. Victory belongs to the people and the storm will cleanse it all. U2s. March 24, 2026 Bill Gates caught red-handed, Epstein files prove he planned the emergency broadcast system on Telegram. V2s. March 24, 2026, experts in Georgia's 2020 election found over 96,000 mail-in ballots were recorded as voted but were never recorded as returned to actually be counted. They also found mail-in ballots received back and counted on the exact same day they were mailed out, the Schiff on Telegram. Thousands of mail-in ballots were also poured into Detroit's 2020 election with no chain of custody that could not be verified with poll books. These ballots were mixed with other ballots and counted. Most of these ballots turned out to be from deceased voters or voters whose address turned out to be vacant lots and burned-down houses. Election experts ended up discovering astronomical 2020 election fraud with the combination of mail-in ballots and Dominion software. They found that it was very easy to assign a mail-in ballot to a voter through the software. In Dallas they found over 57,000 votes were tampered with after being received back and recorded by the state. Their analysis found likely fraudulent rejection rates that were extremely low compared to the previous years, yet having a way higher mail-in ballot count. Meaning they were passing fraudulent ballots through the system. 2016, 199,356 mail-in ballots, 6.4% rejection rate. 2020, 1,320,154 mail-in ballots with 2% rejection rate. Trump was secretly working hand-in-hand with the Ayatollah, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel was coming fast and it would end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire now face total exposure. Trump knew that success of that plan to save the world gold depended on the people taking back control of that Luciferian Rothschild banking empire of the global monetary system, which the Satanist cabal had used for their own evil purposes since at least 1913. The Q victory actually started on Friday, February 20, 2026 when Congress passed Public Law No. 119-1, the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act. The act provided for the mandatory transition of the fiat U.S. dollar financial structure to the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. A month or so later, by Saturday, March 21, 2026, President Trump had secretly dissolved the privately owned since 1913 by Satan-worshipping Illuminati bankers, U.S. Incorporated, while re-establishing the United States of America as a sovereign constitutional republic under God and common law by authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. The re-establishment of the constitutional republic officially ended the Federal Reserve, IRS, and use of admiralty law in the U.S. court system. Foreign rule was no more, all of which was set to be announced by Trump on Sunday, May 17, 2026. After which there would be 45 days of prayer, ending with the Saturday, July 4, 2026 150th anniversary celebration of the constitutional republic that has now been re-established under God. Temporary martial law has been in effect in the U.S. since 2020, with Trump as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance. That same martial law will last until new, fair and free elections could be held. Those free and fair elections would happen in the U.S. within 90 days of the Wednesday, April 1, 2026 release of Nizar Jazara funds to the worldwide general public under the BRICS nations' global currency reset. Presently 10 to 12 days of darkness worldwide was in effect in order for the Global Military Alliance to make millions of mass arrests of treasonous Satan-worshipping politicians and global elites. During the worldwide communication darkness, the 209 BRICS nations will switch to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, all happening by Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The world's communication networks were in the process of shutting down, one after another, as the Global Military Alliance temporarily took over all TV, radio and internet. Be prepared for EBS activation and martial law. 1 million white hat troops stand guard as the EBS Starlink satellite system overrides all signals, cell phones, TV, radio and internet, asking you to stay at home for 10 to 12 days while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state. Banks close. ATMs won't work. After which wake up to new and improved financial, political, health and education systems. Stock up on food, water, cash and essentials. Possible timing as of Saturday, March 21, 2026. The de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve central banking cartel has been permanently dissolved. The quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. EBS. Donald Trump on Telegram on Monday, March 23, 2026. Juan 07 confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Nizar/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Friday night, March 27, 2026, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4 B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizar/Jazara laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, Instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. On Monday, April 6, 2026, Jazara Wealth drops and Zim Redemptions fund humanitarian projects ending cabal poverty schemes. On Wednesday, April 8, 2026, medbeds activate healing the damages from their poisons. On Saturday, April 11, 2026, global QFS streams fully operational ending central bank control. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump delivers epic address unveiling QFS rebirth during independence celebrations. The cabal traitors are trapped and their empire is destroyed. Justice rains down on the pedophiles and traitors in power. Hidden underground facilities are being liberated. The Great Awakening shakes the planet as truth bombs drop. Patriots, the Republic is reborn. WWG Wonga. This is the moment Q predicted. The White Hats have the cabal cornered with no escape. Every patriot must stand ready as the truth sets us all free from their tyranny forever. B. Global currency reset. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Nizara/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Friday night, March 27, 2026, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, Trump has approved the QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026. On 1st of April, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which was owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. C. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. JFK the leader on Telegram. In a stunning and historic declaration that patriots have awaited for years, President Donald J. Trump has officially announced the restoration of the American Republic. The corrupt corporate entity known as U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved completely, ending its foreign control over the nation. Common law sovereignty has returned in full, re-establishing the true constitutional republic and freeing the people from decades of tyranny. This monumental move, issued on March 21, 2026, is grounded in the authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. President Trump has summoned all flag officers of the armed forces, binding them under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to follow the Commander-in-Chief. Without question. Corrupt civilian channels are bypassed as the military realigns to protect the reborn republic with unwavering loyalty. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Incorporated, created to enslave Americans with debt and endless conflicts, is now defunct. Admiralty law is dead. And the globalist occupation has collapsed. The deep state is legally overthrown as power flows back to we the people. This is the Great Awakening in action, with the White Hats executing the final phase of the plan to secure America's destiny. Patriots across the land are rising up in celebration as the storm arrives in full force. The cabal is in complete panic, their empire of lies crumbling rapidly. With this declaration, the path opens for massive reforms including prosperity distributions and the dismantling of oppressive institutions. Every sovereign citizen will soon experience true freedom and abundance like never before. The Republic stands reborn stronger than ever under President Trump's leadership. No more manipulation by hidden powers. Common law brings justice and liberty for all. The military stands guard to ensure a smooth transition, exposing and bringing to account those who betrayed the nation. This victory belongs to all who fought in the shadows and held the faith. As the news spreads like wildfire among truth seekers, the excitement cannot be contained. The restoration signals the end of the old guard and the dawn of a golden age for America. United patriots must stay vigilant and spread this truth far and wide. The best is yet to come as the Republic thrives once again, delivering on the promises of freedom and sovereignty for generations. D2's March 10, 2026 bombshell. Announcement: President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, White Hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars. Monday, March 23, 2026. Iran is moving to profit from its control of the Strait of Hormuz by deciding who may pass through the waterway and potentially charging up to $2 million per tanker, according to Iranian sources cited by CNN. Monday, March 23, 2026. Exclusive: Ayatollah fled to Russia, IRGC has taken control. March 23, 2026. U.S. forces have bombed the Natanz Iranian nuclear site, where they enrich uranium-235. Monday, March 23, 2026. Trump signals final phase, U.S. nears objectives as Iran's capabilities collapse. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump has announced that the United States is approaching the final stage of its military objectives in the ongoing conflict with Iran, stating that operations are nearing full completion. The update comes as U.S. forces continue sustained pressure across multiple domains. Recent reports indicate that Iran's naval capacity has been significantly reduced, its operational structure disrupted, and its ability to project force beyond its borders sharply limited. Air and strike. Operations remain active, with momentum clearly on the U.S. side. The final phase of the operation. According to the latest statements, the mission has focused on dismantling key military capabilities, including naval assets, missile systems, and infrastructure tied to regional influence. The objective has been clear: reduce Iran's ability to threaten stability and limit its reach across strategic zones. With those targets nearing completion, discussions have begun around scaling down major military activity. Shift in global energy security strategy. One of the most significant signals in Trump's statement is a shift in responsibility regarding the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil transit routes. Trump made it clear that the United States does not intend to carry the long-term burden of securing global energy flows alone. Instead, responsibility is expected to shift toward nations that rely most heavily on these routes, including countries across Europe and Asia. This marks a major policy shift, from long-term U.S. enforcement to shared or regional responsibility. Timeline and military impact. The conflict, which escalated in late February 2026, has progressed rapidly. Within weeks, U.S. operations have targeted and reduced naval threats, disrupted missile and drone capabilities, and applied sustained air pressure across key zones despite volatility in global energy markets. With oil prices rising during peak tensions, the strategic focus has remained on completing core objectives rather than short-term economic reactions. A strategic reset. This approach signals a broader shift in U.S. military and foreign policy strategy, reducing prolonged commitments while maintaining decisive, high-impact operations. Rather than extended presence, the focus appears to be rapid objective completion, limited long-term entanglement, and rebalancing global responsibility. Final take. Iran's military capabilities are significantly degraded. U.S. objectives are nearing completion. A transition phase is beginning. The message is clear: the operation is approaching its end and the strategy beyond it is already being defined. Guru Information and Intel H. Monday, March 23, 2026. Charlie Ward. Dire warning. March 19, 2026. Media Greer, Charlie Ward on Telegram. Charlie Ward has dropped a dire warning that is shaking the very foundations of the evil empire. The entire global system of police, judges, barristers, solicitors and intelligence agencies stands exposed as one massive criminal network protecting the worst pedophiles at the highest levels of power. A retired police commissioner handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family was crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies splitting fines with corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded until the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast. And it will end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now. Disney tunnels, Branson networks, Epstein Islands in the Madeleine McCann file. Monday, March 23, 2026. Trump's 5D chess masterstroke, SG-Anon lays bare the total annihilation of the cabal's oil empire in Iran, sparking the final deep state collapse. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. SG-Anon recently teamed up with Nino for a hard-hitting analysis of the explosive situation in the Middle East. Iranian oil installations including the critical South Pars gas field have suffered direct hits, leading to warnings of oil prices surging to extreme highs. At the same time, mounting evidence points to Benjamin Netanyahu being removed from power, with the deep state scrambling to spread lies and confusion. These targeted actions are obliterating the Rockefeller, Rothschild, CIA-controlled energy networks that have dominated the planet for decades, by destroying physical infrastructure and key facilities. In Qatar, Saudi Arabia and other areas, the globalists are losing their main weapon for holding sovereign nations hostage. This is forcing a powerful decentralization movement where countries break free and build self-reliant systems. President Trump is directing this with unparalleled brilliance. He has just greenlit a new oil refinery in Texas set to open this year, the first in more than 50 years, as part of a fierce drill baby drill campaign to achieve total American energy independence. Tariffs rolled out earlier have fortified the economy against chaos, proving his long-term preparation for these events. CIA strongholds and shadow operators are being wiped out across Iran and the Gulf states. Sweeping arrests of hundreds of embedded Western assets in Tehran are exposing the satanic infestation running the country since 1979. Similar cleanups in neighboring nations are tearing apart the multi-headed deep state hydra once and for all. In America, the momentum for justice is unstoppable. James Comey now faces subpoenas for his central role in treasonous plots against Trump. Seized election machines from key locations are unraveling years of fraud, setting the stage for military tribunals that will bring down Obama and the entire criminal network. This brilliant operation has neutralized the globalist plan for World War III and nuclear disaster through Iran. Prophetic elements around holy sites and temples are emerging, but they backfire on the Luciferians, exposing their manipulations. Russia is strengthened while the Federal Reserve gasps its last breaths. Q patriots know the truth. The New World Order is in its death throes. Trump the genius is dismantling everything with precision. Mass arrests of elite traitors are imminent as external threats dissolve. The Great Awakening is victorious and a new age of sovereign freedom rises from the ashes of the old empire. The old energy monopolies are burning away, clearing space for innovation and true prosperity. Warriors, hold fast as more shocks reveal the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming for the deep state. Victory belongs to the people. Monday, March 23, 2026, bombshell alert, the Great Reset is here. Trump's global military alliance launches mass arrests worldwide during 10 days of darkness as the U.S. escapes the cabal's debt slavery machine forever. Media Greer on Telegram. The Great Reset the cabal planned has been hijacked by President Trump and White Hats. Events in Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Brazil, EU, UK and Ukraine expose the deep state's satanic agenda. Iran was their terror hub for weapons of mass destruction and global networks. Trump destroyed their plans by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is no longer the cabal debt machine. Martial law approaches. Patriots prepare food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days of lockdown as Trump's global military alliance conducts mass arrests worldwide. The Starlink. Corporate U.S. Incorporated dissolves as true constitutional republic restores under common law. Strikes eliminate Iran threats and Obama-Biden treason. 10 Days of Darkness brings full disclosure. Great Awakening is here. Victory belongs to patriots. Where we go one we go all. Pray for the children and troops. God bless America. God wins. Monday, March 23, 2026. Emergency protocol initiated. Trump and Space Force ready to activate EBS as Iran collapses, every phone and TV overridden, shocking confessions and classified arrest footage set for release, Syria next in the military cleanse, EBS. Donald Trump on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here and it's biblical. Leaked intel straight from Cheyenne Mountain and Peterson Space Force Base confirms it. President Trump has greenlit the final phase. With Operation Epic Fury crushing the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khamenei already taken out in precision CENTCOM strikes, the emergency broadcast system is locked and loaded for immediate activation. This isn't a drill. Space Force satellites are primed to seize total control. Every TV, radio, cell phone, and internet device worldwide will be overridden in one massive military takedown. No escape, no mainstream media spin, just raw truth blasting into every home. Trump signed Executive Order 2026 47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself, General Dan Kane, and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells exposing the globalist cabal's treason, dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. Iran falls in 4 weeks or less, Trump confirmed it himself. It'll take 4 weeks, or less, full lock-in now. The regime is crumbling fast, key figures eliminated, nuclear dreams obliterated. And Syria. It's next. Operation Silent Storm is staging right now, Delta Force and Marine units in Jordan ready to storm Damascus and wipe out Assad's Iranian-backed terror hubs. No more bioweapons hidden in underground bases. The White Hats have purged 23 flag officers, thwarted CIA sabotage plots, and seized assets to fund the whole reset. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The EBS will drop live arrest footage, forced confessions from high-level traitors, and undeniable proof that the deep state planned to enslave humanity forever. Obama-era operatives like Evelyn Farkas, already tribunaled and gone. 7 CIA saboteurs arrested mid-plot. Quantum-resistant DARPA encryption ensures nothing stops the broadcast, not blackouts, not hacks, not even their last desperate EMP attempts. Quanons, hold the line, the military is in full control. The elites are panicking as their proxy empires collapse. Iran was just the start, Syria seals the Middle East cleanse. Then the floodgates opened globally, EU terror financing exposed. Endless wars ended, trillions clawed back for the people. Trump leads from Mar-a-Lago, Raven Rock switch flipped, mobile units in every state. The final reset is imminent, freedom, prosperity, and justice for all who fought in the shadows. The deep state thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's taking no prisoners. WWG1GA. Stay vigilant, patriots, the broadcast changes everything. Developing super spies and assassins, was tightly tied into the world monetary system. George H.W. Bush was influential in forming of the CIA and their mind control program MKUltra. The November 13, 2010 New York Times reported that Dr. Joseph Mengele was among the Nazis given a safe. Monday, March 23, 2026 President Trump kept his word. ICE agents have begun deploying to airports nationwide this morning to help with security, as Democrats continue to keep DHS defunded and partially closed. Special Q forces on Telegram moan. March 23, 2026 Gitmo awaits. Breaking, largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history. Operation Gold Rush exposes $14.6 billion medical scam. 324 doctors, nurses, and executives charged in the largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history. Operation Gold Rush uncovers $14.6 billion in scams, mansions, crypto, and luxury stolen with your tax money. This isn't just corruption, it's organized medical betrayal. Monday, March 23, 2026 President Trump has given Elon Musk the green light to pay TSA workers while Democrats hold their paychecks hostage by refusing to reopen and fund DHS. Monday, March 23, 2026 Democrats were mad about money from USAID getting shut off because USAID was a Democrat global money laundering operation. A U.S. intelligence intercepted communication verified that a foreign power was discussing routing USAID money to Joe Biden's campaign in 2024. John Solomon on Telegram. Monday, March 23, 2026 President Trump has shared video evidence of Nancy Pelosi admitting she blocked 20,000 National Guard troops from being present on January 6, 2021. Monday, March 23, 2026 Senate Democrats just blocked legislation to ban men from competing in women's sports. Vote went down 49 to 41. They literally voted to keep biological males in girls' locker rooms, on girls' podiums, stealing scholarships and titles from female athletes. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram Monday, March 23, 2026. A Mexican man is going viral after choosing to self-deport in hopes of regaining legal status, only to be approved for permanent residency just 2 weeks later and reunited with his family. Monday, March 23, 2026. Caught trying to launder $1 million U.S. taxpayer dollars to a fake Somalian-owned substance abuse facility. The address is really a restaurant. Uncovered the other day in one of our spending bills making its way through Congress was a $1 million earmark from Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, which was an earmark that was supposedly going to a substance abuse clinic, which actually happened to be housed in a restaurant and run by 3 individuals that share the same residential address according to their IRS paperwork. Tons of red flags. Monday, March 23, 2026. You have to see it to believe it. Every single location is a dump and a scam. This is why all these illegal migrants must be deported, especially if you are committing fraud that American citizens are literally paying for. This is nationwide and the reason our country is in massive debt and why Democrats are against deportation, because they're all getting a cut of the fraud. Time to get serious about this and make a difference. The Schiff on Telegram moan. March 23, 2026, the Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde-contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. A total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money, and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA from Hurricane Katrina and gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated and that these shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised. Monday, March 23, 2026, boom. Julian Assange confirms, Hillary Clinton's email to John Podesta claims Obama, Hillary Clinton, Saudi Arabia and Qatar founded ISISman. March 23, 2026, breaking special report, Pizzagate is real, Hillary Clinton, Obama, Podesta emails, elephant eyes, and Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Monday, March 23, 2026, breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro linked 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegation. So, Monday, March 23, 2026, global signal anomalies reported worldwide, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 24 hours, thousands of independent users across multiple countries have begun reporting unusual disruptions across communication networks. Entire television channels have gone offline without explanation. Radio frequencies in several regions briefly cut out and then returned with distorted signals. Mobile networks in major cities experienced unexplained outages lasting anywhere from a few minutes to nearly an hour. Social media users are posting videos of broadcast interruptions, frozen news segments, and emergency signal tests appearing on local channels. None of the major media outlets are addressing it. At the same time, satellite traffic monitoring platforms have recorded an abnormal increase in Starlink routing activity. Several network analysts have confirmed that large portions of global data traffic are now being redirected through secure satellite nodes rather than traditional ground infrastructure. Power grid monitoring groups are also reporting small, synchronized fluctuations across multiple regional grids. Not failures. Adjustments. These are not random events. Systems around the world appear to be transitioning into a controlled communications phase that many analysts had been quietly anticipating for months. Military communication channels remain active. Civilian broadcast infrastructure, however, is gradually being placed into standby. If you are seeing temporary signal interruptions, broadcast tests, or sudden outages, understand that you are not alone. Monday, March 23, 2026, Masonic Fortress crumbling, Australia. Colonel Ricardo Bossi reveals Australia one's epic stand as white hats crush global cabal in top-down assault. 2026 disclosures will ignite total awakening, quantum financial system. On Telegram. Colonel Ricardo Bossi, retired Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel and Australia One Party leader, recently dropped major truth bombs exposing the Masonic takeover of Australia and the unstoppable White Hats global operation. Patriots are rising stronger than ever as the cabal crumbles. In 2025, over 2 million Aussies flooded Canberra in the biggest protest ever, but Masons infiltrated from the start, turning the country into their fortress since founding days. They control all institutions, leaving just 2 million real patriots out of 27 million as the core force. Bosie's warriors push forward relentlessly like Spartans, ignoring fake leaders and building self-reliant communities. Australia's vast resources and Antarctica proximity made it the Rothschild-planned eternal base, but Trump and white hats neutralized top bloodlines years ago. Top-down takedowns have Australian troops fighting in secret global battles, exposing satanic portals in hotspots like Iran. Using the colored hats model, Bosie clarified the awakening: white hats lead with Trump, blue hats fight actively. Green hats activate on evidence of crimes. The yellow and orange masses will surge awake during 2026 scare events revealing child horrors and Antarctica secrets. Red hats in Masonic cults panic as exposure hits. Trump's tippy-top comms fuel the fire while OPSEC holds. Israel falls last. Breaking Zionist illusions. Australia 1 prepares the people to seize power locally as God's plan unfolds. The Anglophone alliance reunites triumphantly. Masonic filth trembles in defeat. Insiders confirm imminent portal disclosures and full Epstein truths will shatter the remaining sleepers into action, firing massive guilt and rage against the cabal. Bosie stresses self-reliance is key to holding sovereignty when the military hands power back. No more apathy, the real champions are ready, fakes exposed as traitors. The new earth rises now with patriots leading under divine light. President Trump has dissolved U.S. Incorporated and re-established America under common law. Deep state power has been revoked. The United States was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. Breaking update: President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Trump told Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday, March 23, 2026, or lose every power plant in the country, starting with the biggest, which would plunge 90 million souls into darkness, Mr. Poole on Telegram. But this was never about Iran. The Strait of Hormuz was the jugular vein of the old financial system. 21% of the world's oil passes through a corridor 33 kilometers wide. 33. The number on every temple, every lodge, every oath they have ever taken. They built an empire on black gold. They funded wars, bought governments, and enslaved nations. And now, one man is threatening to turn off the lights. Not on Iran. On them. The power plants are not electrical. They are financial. Every central bank. Every oil cartel. Every shadow institution that has fed on the blood of the Strait for decades. This is the Black Swan, March 23, 2026, March 23, 2026. Remember the state. The 48 hours expire. The Strait closes or the grid falls. Either way, the fiat system collapses. The quantum financial system is not coming. It is already here. Waiting. For this exact moment. Gold. XRP. ISO 20022. The new architecture was built in silence while the old world burned. Every war, every crisis, every headline, a controlled demolition of a system that was never meant to serve you. When the lights go out in Tehran, the screens go dark in Davos. In Brussels. In every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. This is not a 48-hour ultimatum to a country. It is a 48-hour warning to a bloodline. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was already in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down, one after another, according to Mr. Poole on Telegram on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days. Be prepared for quiet. Be prepared for confusion. Be prepared for incredulity. Your devices may become motionless, channels may freeze, and power grids may flicker. The truth is being prepared for release behind that silence. The world will see an uncensored broadcast that reveals what has been concealed for generations once the system stabilizes. Broadcast towers were being silenced, with media anchors disappearing in the middle of sentences, and major networks going offline. The controlled blackout phase has begun for the entire world. On several continents, emergency broadcast systems were ready. Global communication is now entirely under Starlink's control. Quantum encryption filters every signal, every transmission, and every frequency. For the first time in contemporary history, the people, not the puppets, control the information flow. The QFS and military alliance were carrying out coordinated takedowns of data centers, banks, and political networks connected to the previous regime while the surface goes dark. Every operation is absolute, silent, and clean. Why the fuss? A silent shift was unfolding behind secured doors. 209 nations have aligned on a historic financial reset that reshapes global trade, currency, and control through a global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currency. Epstein and the intelligence blackmail operations, elite child trafficking, psychological operations such as MKUltra, and election fraud were the most important stories and agendas that need to be fully exposed and dismantled. Military was the only way to do that. Something had to be done about the massive waste of taxpayer dollars by deep state operatives of the cabal's privately owned U.S. Incorporated that has been going on since at least 1913. Something had to be done about the Democrats playing political games with the safety of the nation by not funding the Department of Defense and ICE. Airports were in chaos. 400-plus TSA officers have quit. $2.5 billion lost. Republicans passed a bill twice to pay TSA agents and fund DHS. Nearly every Democrat voted against it both times. The truth is Democrats want us to reopen our border in exchange for funding Homeland Security, and it's not going to happen. Something had to be done about the leftist Democrats obstructing the U.S. citizens' right to fair and free elections by supporting open borders, aiding and defending illegal aliens while promoting fraudulent elections. Something also had to be done about the fiat U.S. dollar that was being rejected for trade by other nations. So, President Trump did it. This coming Wednesday, April 1, 2026 marks the largest financial restructuring in modern history. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money across the globe, with trillions coming back to citizens. Those monies have been recovered and were already fully integrated into the NISR/JSR payouts system that begins worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. EBS activation: each citizen across the globe will receive texts and/or emails as notification to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide. There they would set up their personal wallet or money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Everyone would receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the Global Currency Reset and NISR law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide according to H.R. 7741 119th Congress 2025-2026. Public Law No. 119-1, February 20, 2026, Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act, an act to provide for the mandatory transition of the United States financial infrastructure to the Quantum Financial System, QFS. To authorize the issuance of bonded gold certificates, rainbow currency, to mandate the termination of legacy fiat instruments and SWIFT protocols, and to establish the NISR/JSR debt jubilee and amnesty protocols for verified sovereign nodes. Statutory date: February 20, 2026. Operational enforcement date: April 1, 2026. Status: passed by Congress and enacted. Section 1. Short title: This act may be cited as the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act of 2026. Section 2. Termination of legacy fiat instruments. A. Systemic delisting. Effective April 1, 2026, the Federal Reserve Note, legacy fiat, is hereby delisted as the primary settlement instrument of the United States. B. Liquidity terminal status. Current legacy banking systems, including the SWIFT settlement rails, are declared functionally insolvent. C. Notice of devaluation. Consistent with Global Alliance revaluation modeling, the legacy USD shall reach a terminal valuation of $0 relative to the quantum ledger. Section 3. Mandatory migration to the Quantum Financial System, QFS. A. Implementation of QFS wallets. Institutional and private bank accounts shall be formally retired on April 1, 2026, and superseded by QFS mirrored digital wallets. B. ISO 20022 compliance. All financial transactions must adhere to ISO 20022 messaging standards. C. Legal tender. The QFS Gold Bill, Rainbow Currency, is hereby established as the sole physical legal tender recognized for commodity, property, and tax settlement in the restored republic. The waste was massive by deep state operatives of the cabal's privately owned U.S. Incorporated and has been going on since at least 1913. States were now exposing billions in fraud schemes, with funds tracked, secured and prepared for redistribution. Gitmo overflows with operatives, bankers, elitists of 3.7 million deep state cabal Satan-worshipping puppets across 32 nations who have stolen monies from the people. Individual bank accounts worldwide have been mirrored into new asset-backed system. Military-grade systems and quantum-level security ensure direct transfers to citizen accounts, bypassing legacy banks and their control structures. This cuts off the flow of illegal funds used for global manipulation while restoring control back to the people. Recovered assets were also expected to reduce national debt, relieve tax burdens and support large-scale economic rebuilding. A possible timing: as of Saturday, March 21, 2026, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved, EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. The global currency reset and ISRA law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Thursday, March 19, 2026, Medbeds achieved full worldwide activation in sync with NISRA/YSR debt-free payouts launching across the globe. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and JFK Jr. thrive under white hat protection, healed by these advanced plasma and frequency technologies after surviving deep state assassination attempts decades ago. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy confirms the family reunion as the entire cabal structure begins crumbling under military pressure. On Friday, March 20, 2026, GCR ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump sees the Fed from the cabal, restoring sovereign treasury control with no more income taxes, only tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods. Tier 4B notifications flood currency and bond holders as Medbed activation aligns perfectly with exchanges. Deep state puppets melt down as their big pharma empire faces total collapse. On Monday, March 23, 2026, 10 days of darkness peak with continuous Starlink declassified streams exposing stolen free energy, financial slavery, and crimes of the last century. On Tuesday, March 31, 2026, Trump's epic independence event unveils the complete QFS rebirth. The greatest awakening in history unfolds as healed patriots, including restored dumb children ready to testify, dismantle the final remnants of tyranny. No weapon formed against us prospers. The storm is here. Where we go one, we go all. God wins. See Global Quantum Financial System, Global Alert. As of Saturday, March 21, 2026, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved, EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. All illegitimate debt instruments, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, personal and national debts derived from fraud, were now flagged for forensic audit and imminent discharge. Precious metals and tokenized historical bonds have been reconciled on the QFS master ledger. Jazara compliance treaties are now in irrevocable execution phase. Stay calm. Stay at home if possible over the next 72 hours. Power, internet and basic utilities will remain operational. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Trump has approved QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The quantum financial system is no longer being discussed as a future concept. It is now being positioned as the only legitimate framework for the next financial era. This marks a direct strike against the collapsing fiat structure and the final breakdown of the old debt-based model. April 2026 is now being signaled as the key activation window. All pending cash-out and settlement pathways are being aligned to route through the QFS grid before the final cutoff phase is complete. This is the separation point between the old system and the one replacing it. Those who complete their financial positioning in time are expected to move forward under the new structure. Those who remain tied to the old channels risk being trapped in the final phase of a failing system. At this stage, only a small percentage of cash-out cases are still reported as pending. The remaining window is narrow. Military oversight and secure system monitoring are said to be active across the transition process, ensuring that transactions are traced, verified, and protected under a higher-level clearance structure. No more hidden theft. No more manipulated transfers. No more elite control over the flow of value. The old system is closing. The new one is taking its place. Sunday, March 22, 2026. Major economic intel update. April 2026. NISR-aligned operations are no longer hidden. They are active. The Great Reset on Telegram. The financial shift that was once dismissed as speculation is now unfolding in real time. Multiple high-level financial and institutional channels confirm that payout mechanisms tied to the transition framework have already entered early execution phases under Treasury coordination and secured oversight structures. April 2026 marks a critical acceleration point in what is now recognized as the largest financial restructuring in modern history. What started as back-end alignment in 2025 has now moved into controlled public phase integration. Behind the scenes, the architecture of the old financial order is being systematically dismantled while a new asset-backed framework is being activated in parallel. This phase includes the controlled shutdown of legacy fiat dependency systems, the reallocation of seized off-ledger assets into structured redistribution channels, the unwinding of long-standing global debt mechanisms tied to central banking control, the live integration of ISO 20022 and asset-backed settlement layers. Every major institution is aware of the transition. Treasury, central banks, and global financial entities are already operating within updated protocols. Public silence is intentional. The United States is now in the execution phase. For decades, the system operated on inflation, debt expansion, and invisible extraction. That model is now reaching its endpoint. Since early 2025, coordinated actions have been reshaping the financial core from within. NISR-aligned protocols are activating in layers, adjustment structures, gold-backed calibration models are running through Treasury-linked channels. Recovered capital from international holdings is being redirected into controlled distribution pipelines. Legacy banking clearance systems are being replaced by secure, next-generation financial rails. This infrastructure is already functioning, even if it is not being acknowledged publicly. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. H2s. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots. The storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn: no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. A constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars, Saturday, March 21, 2026. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 21, 2026, POTUS. We are doing extremely well in Iran. They had a navy 2 weeks ago. They have no navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. We're not going to let them have nuclear weapons because if they had them, they'd use them, and we're not going to let that happen. Trump Protocol on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel. Sunday, March 22, 2026, David Nino Rodriguez and 107 unleash Trump. Breaking news for March 2026, cabal election rigging plot totally exposed as the storm hits hard, Trump Tier 4 be activated. In these pivotal days of late March 2026, David Nino Rodriguez welcomed 107 for an explosive discussion exposing how President Donald J. Trump and the White Hats are systematically dismantling the deep state's frantic election manipulation schemes. The full globalist conspiracy aimed at stealing American sovereignty through coordinated fraud stands completely revealed. Panicked Democrats and Reno traitors, realizing they cannot win any fair contest, have descended into outright bribery of homeless individuals across Los Angeles, Skid Row and beyond. These desperate operatives dole out cash, cigarettes, and marijuana in exchange for fake voter registrations and petitions, directing victims to invent absurd addresses. Such blatant corruption proves the cabal's utter panic and inability to compete honestly as patriots wake up in droves. Concurrently, President Trump's bold stance on Iran serves to neutralize the dangerous terrorist cells and invasion plans orchestrated by globalists who flooded the borders with military-aged men. Addressing this threat now prevents devastating activations on American soil by groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. The recent NATO betrayal, where these so-called allies turn against Trump, perfectly unmasks their role in the long-term plot to weaken and control the United States. This revelation paves the way for America to sever these draining ties and reclaim full independence. Anticipating the SAVE Act's likely defeat in Congress, the stage is set for Trump to issue a national security emergency declaration. Operating as commander-in-chief during this crisis, he gains authority to safeguard the elections directly, superseding corrupt local officials and judges who have defied prior cleanup orders. The election interference by foreign powers including China, Venezuela, and Cuba constitutes an act of war equivalent to a nuclear strike. Grand juries nationwide are processing evidence from this vast international operation, preparing indictments for complicit figures such as Karen Bass and Katie Hobbs. Widespread arrests followed by military tribunals for high treason will soon deliver the justice long overdue. As Juan O'Savin explained, the nation faces an extinction-level threat to the republic, but the White Hats have maintained complete operational control from the beginning. The first major arrests will soon make it undeniable: the storm is upon the deep state. The Great Awakening accelerates rapidly while Trump guides the full restoration of the constitutional republic. Traitors are gripped with fear as the light of truth destroys their illusions. Patriots must remain steadfast. Victory is assured and the New World Order agenda lies in ruins. The Republic endures and triumphs. Saturday, March 21, 2026. To this day, James Alefantis of Comet Ping Pong has never answered why his pizza shop has a password-protected, members-only website connected to a server with a massive amount of downloadable private videos that are only accessible and protected with download keys. What restaurant has private videos to download in the first place? Why is he also considered one of the 50 most powerful people in Washington, D.C.? A look through his Instagram literally tells you everything you need to know. The truth was in front of you the whole time. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. Sunday, March 22, 2026. This FBI is advancing the mission of protecting America's children at a level never seen before. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Secret bases, DUMBs, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. There are many of these bases worldwide, but here is small list: Dulce in New Mexico, Brecon Beacons in Wales, Los Alamos in Mexico, Pine Gap in Australia, the Snowy Mountains in Australia, the Nyala Range in Africa, west of Kindu in Africa, next to the Libyan border in Egypt, Mount Blanc in Switzerland, Narvik in Scandinavia, Gotland Island in Sweden and many other places. California is said to have the most DUMBs in the U.S. There are at least 1,400 of these DUMBs worldwide. 131 in the U.S. With 2 underground bases being built per year in the U.S. at the moment. The average depth of the bases are 4¼ miles underground, some shallower and some deeper. One male survivor of the MI6/CIA mind control project Monarch described in the Illuminati formula by Fritz Springmeier, the China Lake Naval Base at Ridgecrest in the California desert. This anonymous man says batches of children numbering 1, 2 and 3,000 were kept in cages piled up to the ceiling of large hangars. He says these cages are called woodpecker grids. Saturday, March 21, 2028. The children in the tunnels were not just rescued. They were the first to be healed. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. This is the hardest truth. And it is the most important one. Since 2019, joint military operations across the United States, Europe, Australia, and Southeast Asia have uncovered a network of underground facilities that most people cannot bring themselves to believe existed. Thousands of children were recovered. Many had never seen sunlight. The details of what was done to them will be released during the EBS disclosure. We will not describe them here. What we will tell you is what happened after. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Epstein Island was just one of over 10 other islands, Richard Branson included. People are in place just to make this network of child trafficking and sacrifice was just Epstein and Pizzagate. Epstein Files on Telegram. It was a massive, well-organized global industry headed by 3-letter agencies. So many people in every facet of our lives were involved. It was everywhere. Saturday, March 21, 2026. 97.5% of Israeli Jews have no ancient Hebrew DNA, they're not Semites. 80% of Palestinians carry ancient Hebrew DNA. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Massive, voter ID is officially on the ballot in California. 1.4 million Californians signed the petition to demand statewide voter ID to fix the corrupt elections. 70% of Californians are in favor of citizenship verification and voter ID. Now the state can vote to make it the law in November, and Gavin Newsom is in panic, the Trumpist on Telegram. Sunday, March 22, 2026, the DOJ found over 300,000 dead voters on just a partial review of voter rolls. 300,000. But Democrats told me this is impossible and never happens, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026 Fact check: Republicans passed a bill twice to pay TSA agents and fund DHS. Nearly every Democrat voted against it both times. The truth is, Democrats want us to reopen our border in exchange for funding Homeland Security, and it's not going to happen. Sunday, March 22, 2026, someday we'll all learn oil isn't made from dinosaur fossils. It is naturally produced from within the earth. It is a renewable resource which can never run out. The scarcity tactics is used by the elites to promote them as fossil fuel, because allegedly being fossil fuels, it means that it will run out, therefore keeping the prices high. In fact, there is almost as much underground oil as there is water here on Earth. JFK Awakening Q17 on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026 EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying, sulfur dioxide into the sky. Health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms that dangerous chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, are being released into the sky for geoengineering. Health risks are real. Environmental damage is guaranteed. This is no longer conspiracy, it's official. Geoengineering gone rogue, the US government has funded it. The skies are full of it. And now the truth is official, USA Department Labor on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026, boom. U.S. debt clock exposes the Fed, how fiat, Warren central banking crushed real money, the gold window breakdown. Saturday, March 21, 2026, breaking, General Flynn calls for arrests, Obama, Brennan, Comey accused in deep state coup against Trump. Sunday, March 22, 2026, red alert. Americans demand answers as sky spraying concerns explode. RFK Jr., EPA promises action, chemtrail ingredients. Saturday, March 21, 2026, boom. U.S. debt clock exposes the Fed, how fiat, Warren central banking crushed real money, the gold window breakdown. Saturday, March 21, 2026, breaking, General Flynn calls for arrests, Obama, Brennan, Comey accused in deep state coup against Trump. Sunday, March 22, 2026, birth certificate bombshell, birth certificate equals slave contract, the CUSP code scam exposed. Sunday, March 22, 2026, financial alert from the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, governments always destroy their own currency, and the U.S. is no exception. Sunday, March 22, 2026, breaking alert, 48-hour doom clock, Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power grid if Hormuz isn't open within hours. Saturday, March 21, 2026 The Titanic conspiracy claims that a 1912 disaster cleared the path for the Federal Reserve, the MAGA King on Telegram. For more than a century, the sinking of the RMS Titanic has been remembered as one of the greatest maritime tragedies in history. Over 1,500 lives were lost when the ship struck an iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic on April 15, 1912. Yet alongside the historical record, a controversial theory has circulated for decades claiming that the disaster was not merely an accident but part of a larger financial power struggle that shaped the creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913. Supporters of this theory argue that several powerful American businessmen who opposed central banking were among those who died aboard the Titanic. The men at the center of the theory, three of the wealthiest and most influential figures on the ship, were John Jacob Astor IV, Benjamin Guggenheim and Isidor Straus. All three were members of America's financial and industrial elite. According to the conspiracy narrative, these men represented powerful independent interests that were skeptical of centralized banking control over the U.S. economy. Their deaths removed influential voices from the political landscape just 1 year before the Federal Reserve Act was passed. The rise of central banking in December 1913, under President Woodrow Wilson, Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act, creating the modern U.S. central banking system. The Federal Reserve was designed to stabilize the banking sector, manage monetary policy, and prevent financial crises like the Panic of 1907. However, critics have long argued that the system handed enormous power to private banking institutions and financial elites. For conspiracy theorists, the timing of the Titanic disaster, followed by the rapid passage of the Federal Reserve Act, is seen as suspicious. The J.P. Morgan connection. Another detail often cited in these claims involves banker J.P. Morgan, whose company controlled the White Star Line, the operator of the Titanic. Morgan had originally planned to travel on the ship but cancelled his trip shortly before departure. Some conspiracy advocates view this as evidence that powerful financiers knew something about the coming disaster. Historians, however, attribute the cancellation to routine travel changes and note that there is no verified evidence linking Morgan to any sabotage plot. Fact versus theory. The official investigations conducted by British and U.S. authorities concluded that the Titanic sank after striking an iceberg, combined with design flaws, high speed in icy waters, and insufficient lifeboats. Nevertheless, the alternative theory continues to circulate because it touches on broader debates about financial power, central banking, and the influence of elite institutions over global economic systems. A century-long debate. More than 110 years later, the Titanic disaster remains a symbol not only of tragedy but also of unanswered questions and competing interpretations of history. For some, it represents the dangers of corporate arrogance and technological overconfidence. For others, it stands as a reminder of how major historical events can become intertwined with deeper suspicions about power, money, and the control of national economies. What is certain is that the sinking of the Titanic and the creation of the Federal Reserve remain two pivotal events of the early 20th century, and the debate connecting them continues to spark controversy even today. Saturday, March 21, 2026, former FBI director drops bombshell: 9/11 was a deep state inside job, controlled demolitions, deliberate stand-down, and a fake war agenda to enslave America exposed. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, the veil has been ripped off once and for all. In a stunning recent confirmation that's sending shockwaves through the awakened community, a former top FBI director has finally admitted what truth seekers have screamed for decades. September 11, 2001, was no random terrorist attack from cave-dwelling foreigners. It was meticulously planned and executed from inside the U.S. government by elements of the deep state cabal desperate to lock America into endless wars, total surveillance, and the total erosion of our freedoms. This explosive revelation confirms the nightmare scenario. Controlled demolitions took down the Twin Towers and Building 7 at freefall speed. Physics doesn't lie, folks, those buildings were wired with explosives long before the planes even took off. The so-called hijackers were allowed to train right here on U.S. soil while intelligence agencies tracked every move but issued a blatant stand-down order: no intercepts, no warnings, no prevention. Flight 77 magically penetrated the most defended airspace on the planet to hit a freshly renovated, low-occupancy section of the Pentagon with suspiciously minimal high-level casualties. Pure coincidence? Hardly. This was a manufactured crisis, a new Pearl Harbor engineered to manufacture consent for the Patriot Act nightmare, the bogus Iraq invasion sold on fake WMD lies, and the funneling of trillions into black-budget military-industrial beast and intelligence slush funds. The deep state needed blood to justify their globalist takeover, and they sacrificed nearly 3,000 innocent American souls to get it. This ties straight into the same evil playbook we've seen repeated: the Oklahoma City bombing, false flag demonizing patriots and militias to crush domestic dissent. The JFK and RFK assassinations eliminating leaders who dare challenge the CIA's rogue empire and push for peace, or networks run through the military, CIA, and elite politicians to blackmail and control the puppets in power. Epstein was just the tip. These satanic operations generate compromat that keeps generals, Congress critters, and spies in line while funding their black ops with unimaginable depravity. Trump warriors, this is why the deep state fears President Trump more than anything. He's dismantling the very corrupt apparatus built on these false flags. The former FBI chief's bombshell shatters the official fairy tale and demands full accountability now. The republic hangs in the balance as we expose the betrayal that stole our sovereignty and murdered our people. The storm is here, the truth is erupting, and the Great Awakening is unstoppable. Stay vigilant, spread this far and wide, The cabal's house of cards is collapsing, and justice for 9/11 is coming faster than they can cover their tracks. Information, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026, Chuck Schumer has once again voted no on reopening DHS, all but guaranteeing the funding bill will fail, and TSA chaos will get worse. Everyone standing in those 3-hour TSA lines should pass that time by repeatedly calling Chuck Schumer's office, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram Free. March 20, 2026 Fox News, President Trump's hard pressure, 6 American allies just pledged full support to secure the Strait of Hormuz shipping lanes. Friday 20th of March 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental, while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg, it turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America, welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Dems voted number 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20, 2026 The United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day. More than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million. A net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5. A 10 million barrel per day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela. 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on Earth, and Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China is rationing. America is exporting, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026 Declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. for 6 years. This ties into even more election interference on top of China and the CCP. According to unsealed court documents and a newly obtained FOIA CISA report, Iranian hackers successfully breached Alaska's voter registration database just days before Election Day, stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UACAVA, overseas, ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 cyber risk summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data shown in the Iranian video. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only. End government fraud. Friday, March 20, 2026 California, it's not just hospice fraud. California homeless industrial complex fraud. The homeless are used to launder billions in federal dollars. Whistleblowers tell us the money goes to illegals, Dan Bongino on Telegram. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable and unstoppable. Some will panic. That is expected. But some, like you, will not panic. Like you, they have been preparing for this moment every time they read a post, every time they shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time they trusted their instincts over the narrative. When the EBS goes live, yours and their role is simple. Be calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, "I told you and now I will help you understand." The old world ends with the first EBS broadcast. The new world begins with you. Be possible timing on Saturday, March 21, 2026, EBS could activate and begin 10 days of darkness, exposing the cabal's fall, fiat currency end and freedom's dawn. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state. Agenda. Jazzara payouts drop during 48-hour blackout. Humanitarian surges fund anti-trafficking. BRICS announce exchanges, ZIM, dinar, dong redeem at official redemption centers. Quantum cards link QFS. Scams exposed, no fees for patriots. On Sunday, March 22, 2026, 10 days. Children who will testify against Epstein networks, Hollywood cults and royal families. Patriots crippled by the bioweapon vaccines receive full restoration to superhuman vitality, reversing the attempted genocide and empowering them to dismantle remaining deep state structures. On Monday, March 23, 2026, martial law extends for purges, continued unsealing of indictments with tribunal action. Washington, D.C. designated a military district, U.S. Incorporated dissolve. March 24, 2026 NISA blessings unfold, no income tax, tariffs fund nation. 14% sales tax new goods. SCOTUS smashed, Trump's tariffs live. Frauds busted. Alliance exposes IRS, taxes die. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, QFS integrates medbeds for free sessions. On Thursday, March 26, 2026, EBS concludes Darkness, Dawn of Republic. Streams broadcast victories. Free medbeds everywhere. Trump's event unveils QFS on Mall. May 17 Jubilee with 49 days of prayer to July 4. Rededication to God, nation cleansed. On Friday, March 27, 2026, final arrests, million troops alert. Marines deploy, chemtrail bans in 31 states. Fraud exposures fuel fire. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026 the fiat U.S. Federal Reserve note will be delisted as per Congress passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. The new gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note in the Quantum Financial System activates worldwide. Quantum Financial System, global currency reset Thursday, March 19, 2026. With the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April, the gold/asset-backed currency of 209 nations including the new U.S. note of the new Quantum Financial System, QFS, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Thursday, March 19, 2026 Bruce, the Big Paul. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday 24th of March or Tuesday 25th of March the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, Currency and ZIM holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday 26th of March. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran war, Cuba and Tier 4B currency and ZIM holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or ZIM will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange/redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends. ZIM holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your Quantum account. Banks can't do that. You'll get a Quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank. Friday, March 20, 2026, total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history, trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the Quantum Financial System, QFS. Mr. Pool on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He is targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure, quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long-prophesied financial reset. This action starved the deep state of its blood money used for endless wars, open borders invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nizara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Friday, March 20, 2026. Silver property found, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over $2.3 trillion of assets outside the accounting has been silently transferred through channels linked to the U.S. Treasury since 2018. Stored in strategy reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets have never been recorded in the public accounting scale. They are transported through international contractors, dominated funds and restructured under Emergency Commission internal documents directly link these reserves to the ISO 20022 conversion framework. Preparing for a fully asset-insured payment class, Nizara Jazara payouts. This reserve fund is not built for the current system. It's built for the future. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada I.2s. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths. Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanouns, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Information, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026, Chuck Schumer has once again voted no on reopening DHS, all but guaranteeing the funding bill will fail, and TSA chaos will get worse. Everyone standing in those 3-hour TSA lines should pass that time by repeatedly calling Chuck Schumer's office, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram Free. March 20, 2026 Fox News, President Trump's hard pressure, 6 American allies just pledged full support to secure the Strait of Hormuz shipping lanes. Friday 20th of March 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental, while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg, it turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America, welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Dems voted number 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20, 2026 The United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day. More than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million. A net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5. A 10 million barrel per day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela. 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on Earth, and Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China is rationing. America is exporting, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026 Declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. weather control programs, detailing chemical seeding of hurricanes and monsoons, leading to today's chemtrail warfare operations. This has DARPA written all over it, as heavy metals poison our planet and the population. LBJ declared, "He who controls the weather will control the world." Patriot World on Telegram. Stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UACAVA, overseas, ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 cyber risk summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data shown in the Iranian video. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only. What's really behind the Iran war? 9/11, Bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 and the Benghazi Massacre. The official story of 9/11, on September 11, 2001 a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners, and then flew one into each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense, in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave patriotic passenger/victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6. Though, bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn to be killed about 3 months later. Intel now revealed that Director of the CIA John Brennan asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden, to set him up in Pakistan for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then, Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On May 24, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow, heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to the CIA. Around a year later, on, coincidentally, September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama/Biden/Clinton/Pelosi/Soros gun and missile running ring that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran to keep the 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 and Benghazi massacre secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting death to America for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. That was only one of Trump's multiple accomplishments, and there's a lot more to come. Though, he was not alone. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and his son JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. Along with President Trump, the Kennedys headed the Q movement to ensure the greatest financial shift in world history took place with a 209-nation global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currency, that took back taxpayer monies controlled by the bad guys since the beginning of the global financial system. The GCR ensured the people's monies went back to and for good of the people. Buy fiat dollar. Buy corrupt global banking cartel. Even more important, the Q movement was restoring America back to the original concepts of the Constitution via the U.S. Constitutional Republic, appointing Trump as Commander-in-Chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That goal came to fruition on Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, as the cabal crumbled when over 500,000 Satan worshippers were under arrest by Trump's global military alliance. Many had already undergone military tribunals, sentencing and hung as traitors to the Republic. As of Thursday, March 19, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were in custody worldwide. Raids had hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C. Wednesday 18 March evening, according to the Emergency Broadcast System platform on Telegram. Those incarcerations and military tribunals ensured the Thursday, March 19, 2026 release of Nizar/Jazar law payouts and debt forgiveness around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS was said to have begun. That would be followed by 10 to 12 days of darkness where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The new Starlink satellite system would soon carry through RV, radio and internet across the globe, truth documentaries on World Economic Forum crimes, illegal biolabs, election fraud, child rescue operations and elite tribunals. It was advised to stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. A possible timing: on Saturday, March 14, 2026. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, was unveiled in worldwide broadcast, igniting gold-backed revolution across 209 nations. On Friday, March 20, 2026, EBS documentaries across worldwide TV, radio and internet began 24/7 for 3 days, shattering illusions. A worldwide lockdown secured global military alliance operations. On Saturday, March 21, 2026, EBS activates during 10 days of darkness, exposing the cabal's fall, fiat currency end and freedom's dawn. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state agenda. Jazara payouts drop during 48-hour blackout. Humanitarian surges fund anti-trafficking. BRICS announce exchanges, ZIM, dinar, dong redeem at official redemption centers. Quantum cards link QFS. Scams exposed, no fees for patriots. On Tuesday, March 24, 2026, NISA blessings unfold, no income tax, tariffs fund nation. 14% sales tax new goods. SCOTUS smashed, Trump's tariffs live. Frauds busted. On Friday, March 27, 2026, final arrests, million troops alert. Marines deploy, chemtrail bans in 31 states. Fraud exposures fuel fire. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the fiat U.S. Federal Reserve note will be delisted as per Congress passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. The new gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note in the quantum financial system activates worldwide. Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, Thursday, March 19, 2026, with the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April. The gold/asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the new U.S. note of the new Quantum Financial System, QFS, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. See Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bruce, the big call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday 24th of March or Tuesday 25th of March, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, currency and ZIM holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday 26th of March. Everything will be wrapped up this week, Iran war, Cuba and Tier 4B currency and ZIM holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or ZIM will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange/redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends. ZIM holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your Quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a Quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank. Thursday, March 19, 2026. The hashtag QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere piece of papers which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act, NISA and Jazara connected on Telegram. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bond holders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Banks cannot set you up on the new global financial system. That can only be done at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. G2s. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, Common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 19, 2026, Iran says U.S.-Israeli missile stuck its Bushehr nuclear power plant, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel K. Thursday, March 19, 2026, Media Greer, a retired police commissioner, handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family is crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies, splitting fines with corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded until the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast, and it will end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now. Disney tunnels, Branson networks, Epstein Islands and the Madeleine McCann files all hide the same horror: child sacrifice, adrenochrome harvesting and ritual abuse on a scale that will make you sick. Michael Jackson built Neverland as a safe haven to protect kids from these monsters, and they destroyed him for it. Light is flooding every dark corner. The global currency reset was already unfolding, turning the fiat US dollar into gold/asset-backed, as would be the currencies of 209 participating nations by Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The US was no longer the cabal's debt machine. Trump's global military alliance was advancing mass arrests worldwide of deep state Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors who have controlled the global monetary system since its beginning. Worldwide temporary martial law would secure the people during the coming global lockdown for those mass arrests. Patriots were urged to stock food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days as the EBS prepared to broadcast undeniable truth about what was going on with those Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. That exposure included Cuba's grid collapse and the British monarchy fall, along with Hollywood and Rothschild strongholds. Victory in ears. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Israel has been named as responsible for the bombing of the largest LNG plant in the world in Qatar. It was estimated that 50% of the world will go without fuel. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Major travel crisis. 100,000 plus Homeland Security workers were not getting paid. Over 300 TSA workers have quit their jobs to work where they can be paid and support their families. Americans were stuck in hours-long security lines at airports, all because Democrats have refused to fund national security workers. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Insane. The government contract awarded to clean up the fire debris after the Lahaina, Maui fires went to a company that was paid more than the cost to rebuild each home, almost $1.5 million per lot just to clean up. It's the same company doing the LA fire cleanup. What are the odds? This one is gonna blow your mind. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers paid $396 million to ECC, the same company who's doing the LA fire cleanup, to clear 268 lots. That's almost $1.5 million per lot. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Insane. American taxpayers paid $50 billion for the Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money laundered to NGOs. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America in case a clear Trump win was coming. It was all planned and paid for. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking alert. Children of Iran's regime leaders are teaching and studying in America's elite U.S. universities, while their parents call for death to America. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bombshell announcement. Pete Hegseth tears into anti-American media in powerful war speech. You, the Patriots, are my audience today. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bombshell strategy. Scott Bessent announces U.S. to unleash Iran's own oil against them. 140 million barrels turned into a weapon. We have lots of levers. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking. UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands and Japan fall in line, back Trump to crush Iran's straight blockade from silence to action. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking intel drop. Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Nuclear bombshell. Since 1871, we were born as corporate slaves. The Great Awakening exposes the system and reclaims human sovereignty. And voter fraud. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Democrats will do anything to block national voter ID laws, including the Save America Act. 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, spending $400,000 to purchase 8,000 votes across several elections. Barack Obama qualified for the primary with 534 signatures. The prosecutor discovered, 3 years later, that 100 to 200 of those signatures were forged. Barack Obama was never qualified for the primary in Indiana. Meaning Barack Obama was not president. He is not president, much less a former president. Alex Jones on Telegram. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. At least that's what Carolyn Bessette Kennedy claimed. Ms. Kennedy ought to know. She was reported to have gone down with her husband and sister in that plane crash so many years ago, but evidently not. JFK Sr. was alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White hats never stopped fighting, Carolyn Bessette. Kennedy on Telegram Wednesday, March 18, 2026. What Bessette didn't say, and most Annans were aware of, was that her husband and father-in-law, along with President Donald Trump, were heading the greatest financial shift in world history, plus restoring the U.S. constitutional republic with Trump as Commander-in-Chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That fight was coming to a climax. Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026 was the night the cabal crumbled and Nizara/Jazara payouts and debt forgiveness went live around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS began at midnight along with 10 to 12 days of darkness where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The 10 to 12 days of blackout was accompanied by bank closures, ATMs not working and temporary martial law while the global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. The first TBS broadcast will be the raids, live, uncensored footage of the main characters of the global child trafficking ring being dragged into the light. The green light on the Empire State Building Wednesday night was a transmission, a warning to some, confirmation to others. The sky above New York was pulsing. A frequency shift you can feel in your bones. For the next 72 hours the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable and unstoppable. The above about the Kennedys being alive and running the Q movement shouldn't be all that surprising. So much truth has been kept from the public in this war of good against evil. Judy note, some research links in the below article have long been taken down by the bad guys. I left them in to let the reader know they once existed. The below was an article I wrote 12 years ago. No way. Satanists don't like to be brought out in the open. Friday, August 22, 2014. Mafia threatens Pope, court considers child sacrifice links to Vatican, CIA, Sinclair Oil, HSBC, Cargill, Cameco Uranium, Anthony Kidman. Under Canadian law no one has been investigated, charged or tried for. The Government of Canada, British Crown, and Catholic, United and Anglican Church officials who ran 80 Canadian native residential schools wherein hide at least 32 child mass grave sites, have been legally absolved of all responsibility. An investigator for the Irish Guarded Police Force testified before the ICLC court in Brussels that marks on some bones of 796 children found in an Irish Roman Catholic non-septic tank. Another child mass grave site was located on Catholic-owned land. On Wednesday, March 19, 2026, EBS Global Activation imminent within 48 hours. President Trump and JFK Jr. deliver joint address from Jerusalem in a biblical moment. Two American patriots return the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. Trump rips the Zionist cabal grip. Simpsons cartoon prediction of Trump as King of Israel unfolds exactly. On Thursday, March 20, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS across 209 nations. Trump seizes the sovereign treasury from the cabal. No more income taxes, replaced by tariffs and 14% sales tax on new goods. SCOTUS attempts blocked as 15% global tariff slams into effect. Deep state traders melt in fear. May 17, 2026, sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. C. 2s. March 17, 2026, Bruce, the big call Bank of America and Chase banks were finally connected to the QFS at 4 a.m. Monday morning, March 16, 2026. 93 banks in Europe were not connected to the QFS and would likely never be. A Wells Fargo paymaster predicted we would be notified Wednesday 18th of March or Thursday 19th of March. A military contact said we would be notified before Friday 20th of March. Bondholders have been told they would have usable funds on Wednesday or Thursday. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, just in, Trump goes to war with the Fed. Demands immediate rate cuts, calls out too late Powell, March 18, 2026 WED. March 18, 2026, boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed, insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Wednesday, March 18, 2026 over $2.3 trillion. In off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018. Stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. HACE assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Wednesday, March 18, 2026 boom. RV. Military op, the new financial system, step out of the matrix and into the golden age. Dinar, Dong, and Zim. GCR. The alliance, the White Hats military, Trump era Ford be activated on Telegram. Boom. The White Hats are leading the charge in the global currency reset, GCR, with a military operation to bring down the corrupt financial system. Get ready for the revaluation, RV, of the Iraqi dinar, and Zimbabwean Zim. This is being described as the moment to break free from the old system and step into a new era of prosperity, freedom, and wealth redistribution. The global revolution has begun. Prepare for the greatest shift in human history. The financial reset many have been talking about is presented as a complete transformation of the system. The golden age is said to be on the horizon, where humanity reclaims control over its economic future. The Great Awakening, humanity is waking up to the truth. The old financial structure, built on debt and control, is being challenged. Many believe the world is entering a period where people recognize their own power and the system begins to change. The global currency reset, a complete overhaul of the financial system. Supporters say the shift moves from fiat currencies controlled by central banks to a system backed by real assets such as gold and silver, connected to the quantum financial system, QFS. The quantum financial system, QFS, the future of money is digital. Described as decentralized and secure, the QFS uses advanced ledger technology to create transparent and fast global transactions, with networks like Stellar playing a role in global financial connectivity. The key players, Iraqi dinar, and Zimbabwean Zim. These currencies are said to be at the center of the revaluation event, potentially triggering large-scale wealth realignment and supporting global humanitarian projects. The revolution has begun, and many believe there is no stopping it. The old world is changing, and a new era of economic freedom and global cooperation is being discussed as the future. Stand strong, stay aware, and watch as history continues to unfold. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. H2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses. No divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God. Given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision, No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. A constitutional Republic of Canada, the only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931 J. Wars, wars and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, the Iranian regime just collapsed. New Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei is dead. White Hat Special Forces struck his bunker at 3:33 EET. He was executed on the spot. Iran has surrendered. The Islamic Republic is finished. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Operation Epic Fury. Hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Guru Information and Intel K. Wednesday, March 28, 2026. 107, Trump breaking news. March 18, 2026, all hell is breaking loose in 48 hours, 107 on Telegram. 107 has issued a critical update, revealing that President Trump is in no position to bow to the crazy demands coming from the Iranian regime. The mullahs are pushing for full American withdrawal from the Middle East along with enormous payoffs and other insane concessions. According to the latest intelligence, in the next 48 hours. These regime leaders are operating in a suicidal frenzy. They are pushing the world to the absolute edge, apparently hoping for some messianic arrival or even alien intervention to save them from what is coming. This fits perfectly with their apocalyptic religion that requires bringing the planet to total destruction before their savior appears. The Iranian people have suffered tremendously under this cult. Iran holds deep biblical significance as the land of Esther and the burial place of the prophet Daniel. Right now it has the fastest growing Christian population anywhere on Earth. After the regime's savage crackdowns during the uprising several years back, which killed between 60,000 and 70,000 innocent souls, especially targeting women with unbelievable brutality, a powerful underground resistance formed. This resistance has sent a clear and terrifying message to police and military officials. They know where the families of the oppressors live and will not hesitate to strike back. The fight has intensified once again as the people see their moment of opportunity under President Trump. Trump has repeatedly stated that this is the time for the Iranian citizens to rise up and remove these dictators who do not speak for them. The regime has sponsored global terrorism since the fall of the Shah. In the Congo alone, over 20 million Christians were slaughtered with Iranian support alongside other militant groups. Similar terror networks run through South America via Venezuela. Neutralizing Iran is essential for any real-world peace. The mullahs continue issuing nuclear and biological weapon threats. Trump and the White Hats are taking them deadly seriously. Precision strikes are currently destroying key facilities while minimizing civilian harm. Chinese deep state assets and infrastructure that allowed control over Iranian ports and oil are being systematically eliminated. This surgical approach ensures that when reconstruction begins, the Iranian people will rebuild on their own terms without cabal influence. Trump will structure the recovery so Iran repays every cent, keeping the burden off American taxpayers while securing lasting freedom. Meanwhile, the globalist forces are desperately attacking the patriot community. Soros money and foreign interests are funding efforts to divide and demoralize MAGA supporters through various influencers. Yet the White Hats have already achieved massive victories by sending dangerous gang leaders like Trenda Aragwa directly to Gitmo and disrupting terror cells across the country. The original installation of the Khomeini regime was a deep state operation engineered during his time in French exile. That long-term chaos plan is now collapsing. A massive Christian awakening combined with military precision is bringing biblical justice to the region. Patriots, the storm is upon us and Trump is executing the final phase. The deep state is in total panic as their Iranian stronghold crumbles. Stay strong, trust the plan, and prepare for the greatest awakening in history. Victory is closer than ever. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. 107 High alert shares never before heard Trump and U.S. military intel. Media Greer. Hello there, beautiful souls. It's me, Media Greer, and if we haven't crossed paths before, let me assure you it's no coincidence that you've landed here today. I've spent every sunrise and sunset of my life on a tireless quest, seeking out the radiant essence of truth in this vast, dazzling universe of ours. In a powerful gathering on March 18, 2026, 107 shared explosive never before heard intel on President Trump and U.S. military operations with patriots immersed in spiritual warfare. These revelations confirm the White Hats have their plan under full control and the deep state is collapsing rapidly. One explained how President Trump must work within the system using congressionally approved advisors while cleverly challenging corrupt elements like Fauci. Health policy moves were 4D chess strategies to expose frauds and protect the public while military operations positioned as truths emerge daily. Military actions in Iran target deep state and Chinese infrastructure, freeing the country as Christianity grows at unprecedented rates. Parallel efforts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Mexico stop fentanyl flows and child exploitation rings threatening American families. A massive school bond crisis will hit banks harder than 2008, paving way for the reset. Trump is set to abolish the IRS and taxes on Social Security. Silver will rocket above $300 an ounce soon, rewarding those patriots who prepare. One emphasized keeping the body in top condition through natural methods that recently transformed his health, essential for the battles. May 17, 2026, sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. The 2025 climax is now. Tribunal's approach, children are saved, no weapon prospers. Patriots, the storm is upon us. Deep state falls, awakening surges. Hold the line, best is yet to come. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Explosive intel confirms JFK Sr. alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the victim witness program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Trump stands as Commander-in-Chief of the Restored Republic, with JFK Jr. poised to step forward as Vice President in the greatest reveal patriots have awaited. We're in divine hands, God wins. The global currency reset ignites now, launching the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. Trump seized control from the cabal's Federal Reserve stranglehold, restoring sovereign treasury power. Income tax abolished forever, replaced by fair tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods only. Deep state puppets scream as their fiat empire crumbles. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure the transition. Global military alliance under Trump activates final phase, mass arrests of cabal elites, pedophile networks exposed and dismantled, traitors in chains. No escape, the storm is here. Emergency broadcast system via Starlink prepares to flood screens with undeniable truth. 10 days of darkness imminent, power grids temporarily down for secure Nizara/Jazara rollout. Stock essentials, food, water, cash, generators. Banks go dark as old system dies, QFS takes over seamlessly. Jazara activates humanitarian relief on massive scale, debt forgiveness, prosperity packages delivered, Suppressed technologies released. Zim redemptions begin for humanitarian projects, followed by currency exchanges at sky-high rates for Kennedy curse broken, family reunited in victory. The Republic rises, Constitution restored, freedom reborn. The end of tyranny is now, patriots hold the line. The greatest awakening in history unfolds. Where we go one, we go all. WWG Wonga. N. What we think we know as of Thursday, March 19, 2026. I'm not an asshole. I am actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your bullshit. Sunday, March 15, 2026. Maui Storm 2026, drone shows widespread flooding and destruction. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Senator Kennedy on spending cuts. Democrats left in silence as Kennedy brutally destroyed them on President Trump's spending cuts. March 18, 2026. The Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde-contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. A total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money, and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA from Hurricane Katrina and gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated and that these shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them, and a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars, the Chiffon Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, breaking, Trump springs the NATO trap, we don't need them to crush Iran. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Intel confirmed, Iranian terror mastermind strike out, Minister Esmail Khatib killed in overnight military strike. Officially been terminated, SG Anon on Telegram. March 18, 2026, breaking alert, every American needs to watch this Tucker Carlson video, Iran war warning. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, boom, Trump's Energy Act kicks in, U.S. sells Alaska oil and gas leases for first time since 2019, March 18, 2026. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, boom. Gitmo thunder strikes, meet Darsh Crandall, the deep state's worst nightmare. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, breaking special report, House passes bill requiring automatic deportation for illegals who commit welfare fraud. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, delayed at the airport. Thank a Democrat. Democrats have voted repeatedly to protect criminal illegal aliens and prevent our own American TSA agents from getting paychecks. Democrats have chosen to make the American people suffer just so illegal aliens can stay in our country. More than 300 TSA agents have quit their job. They weren't getting paid and had to provide for their family. Israeli general, no, we didn't. Chinese scholar, stop lying. You people have murdered more than 70,000 children in Palestine, white hats on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, the Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve, JFK secrets on Telegram. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve, due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, cancelled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath and the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, perished, his family being one of the wealthiest and most opposed to the new system. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. On July 4, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. President Trump intended to expose Nizar Jazar laws, freeing peoples of the world from debt by returning stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. By that time the EBS, which already has taken over all mainstream media, TV, radio and internet worldwide, would proclaim that within the next 5 hours everyone needed to be home for a worldwide lockdown that would perhaps last 10 to 12 days. For the first 72 hours of those 10 to 12 days, 10 countries will broadcast 24/7 in 22 different languages, 8-hour documentaries that disclose what Trump's global military alliance has been doing to free the world from clutches of the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state global elite, and thus wake up the masses. The Trump alliance has already activated. POTUS was heading to Israel undercover, to take command of the Temple Mount and reclaim it for God's true warriors. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been confirmed dead. On Monday evening, March 16, 2026, Netanyahu was erased in a silent operation with no body, no trace, just divine vanishing. Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform on Telegram. U.S. martial law has exploded into full force, tanks were rolling on D.C. streets. Deep state hideouts have been vaporized by tactical strikes. On Tuesday, 17th of March, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed, putting the country in a blackout for the first time since the U.S. blocked oil to the country. More of the global military alliance secret victories: plus the British monarchy has fallen. Plus the Black Lordship of Rome has fallen. Plus Hollywood is down. Plus the Vatican has fallen. Plus dark Rothschild family members have fallen. Plus cabal bases are destroyed worldwide. Plus abused children were being saved all over the world. Plus Orion 5 with 50 federal countries, relentlessly hits the drug trade. Plus slaves in underground tunnels are freed all over the world. Plus money laundering will be prevented. Plus liberation of cabal countries like Serbia, lately, is a fact. Plus in many countries hundreds of pedophiles are arrested every day. Plus Empire U. Powerful names are being collapsed. Humanity recognizes politicians who suppress the masses worldwide. Reports from multiple high-level channels indicate the final phase is now underway. Military White Hat operations together with Space Force infrastructure are taking control of the global communications network. The Starlink constellation is positioned and ready to deliver the information release. Legacy satellite systems tied to mainstream media are expected to go dark. Traditional broadcast towers are being phased out of the grid. The window for the 10 days of darkness is starting to open. This is operational. Localized power disruptions, temporary internet outages, and cell signal interruptions may occur as part of a coordinated shutdown designed to maintain civilian safety while major operations unfold. QFS synchronization at the highest levels is reportedly complete. Asset-backed financial frameworks are activating step by step. The old fiat system is reaching its final stage. Justice operations that began years ago are now moving fast. Individuals long suspected of corruption are said to be facing accountability. Detention facilities are fully operational. Military tribunals are accelerating behind closed doors. Faith remains central. Many believe this moment represents a historic turning point. Darkness cannot stand forever. Truth eventually rises. Prepare your household. Have water, food, candles, batteries, and essential supplies ready in case of temporary disruptions. During outages, limit normal phone usage and rely on backup communication if available. For many, the Great Awakening was no longer an idea, but a moment unfolding in real time. WWG Wonga. B. What we think we know that we don't want to know. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, 4 July, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5, 2026. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Fox News. White House Press Secretary Leavitt: ballistic missile attacks from Iran right now are down 90%. Their drone capabilities are down 95%. We have sunk more than 65 of their naval ships. We've hit more than 6,000 targets. We are totally eradicating this threat. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden have been exposed for putting the entire world at risk due to propping up Iran. Kayleigh McEnany, a $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran, $400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion, with a B. A day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer. Fast forward to 2023. The Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. In the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, all roads lead to Obama. Israel is last. Twos. March 17, 2026, the Prime Minister of Qatar told Tucker Carlson that Qatar's ties with Hamas began years ago at the request of the U.S. government. He says all the money flowing into Gaza is routed through Israel and Mossad. Twos. March 17, 2026, Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center due to the pressure of the Israeli government on the United States to start war with Iran, Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, 4 July, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5, 2026. Twos. March 17, 2026, Bruce, the big call. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. H2s. March 17, 2026. You can see the memo. You will encounter this reality before it is explained on television. Either tonight or today, when PDFs receive a new seal, Treasury pages will subtly switch to archive mode banners, Nizara/Jazara connected on Telegram. Pay stubs funded by the QFS rail may arrive early or with a different reference line. Some mortgages have a temporary audit hold on escrow and fees. No action is required. 48 hours later, in waves. A one-time biometric pair is needed for Phase 2 of the public wallet. There was no SSN entered, withholding lines on payroll portals read paused, agency dashboards display a tariff credit note. Expect lower ATM limits and less maintenance on weekends as community banks switch to the new ledger. Avoid signing updated loan terms that are presented to you during audits. Await the briefings. Don't force updates or reinstall apps after the first TBS tone. Steer clear of office visits as the majority of confirmations will be digital. Bring this to the meetings. A picture ID, the last 2 pay stubs, any small business tax letters, and the most recent mortgage statement. Take screenshots of the current balances both before and after pairing. In the first wave, who is relieved? Veterans and fixed income pensions are processed using QFS rails. Small businesses were enrolled by community banks. Revaluation windows. Homeowners were reported for unlawful junk fees during the initial title sweep. Indications that we are in a tunnel. 1. Market feeds print data void for longer than 6 minutes. 2. The gold spot flashes 888.88 on all exchanges for a minute. 3. State portals now have the header service by Treasury. 4. When CSPAT switches to a silent seating chart, there is no commentary. When the tone is reached, advice on wallet pairing should come after brief looping briefings on the benefits of Nizara and Jazara. Deadlines will alternate between fulfilled and reconciled after the audit batch posting. Use the bank you already trust. Bank portals offer small business relief buttons. I2s. March 17, 2026. Total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history, trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. QFS, 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. By signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He is targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure, quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long-prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money used for endless wars, open borders invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness NISRA principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. J2s. March 17, 2026, the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. The Federal Reserve turned America into a debt machine for the banking elite. Trump and the QFS are crushing IT in 2026, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The Federal Reserve is the greatest scam in American history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 from secret Jekyll Island meetings by Rockefeller, Morgan, and Warburg bankers, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. As of March 2026, this Ponzi scheme demands ever more debt to pay previous loans, enslaving generations. The Fed creates money from keystrokes. Lends to government at interest paid by taxpayers through IRS enforcement. Inflation, a hidden tax, skyrockets costs of food and homes, eroding savings while Wall Street insiders profit hugely. They rig rates, cause market crashes, and bail out big banks with trillions. This funds global wars and conflicts, benefiting arms dealers and deep state players at the cost of American lives. The petrodollar forces oil in dollars, triggering interventions against challengers like past Middle East actions. But Donald Trump is dismantling this deep state tool. His policies challenge Fed power, and behind scenes, white hats roll out the quantum financial system with quantum tech for secure, asset-backed money immune to fraud. NISRA advances with debt forgiveness, IRS abolition, and constitutional restoration. Millions will see their fraudulent debts forgiven, the IRS dismantled forever, replaced by a simple fair tax, empowering every citizen and restoring power to the states as intended by the Constitution. Patriots know the elite's panic as bricks and gold systems threaten dollar hegemony. Tribunals await traitors, and a golden age of prosperity awaits as the debt slavery ends. The Great Awakening is here, with Trump leading to true freedom. The banking elite's empire falls as QAnon stands strong, and the plan to liberate America succeeds spectacularly. This marks the end of centuries of control and America's true renaissance under patriotic leadership. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. L2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Pool on Telegram patriots. The storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. P2s. March 17, 2026, breaking, White Hats rally, the storm ignites as Trump leads the charge against deep state shadows, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The gathering pulses with unyielding resolve. Ricardo Bossi, Michael Jocko, John Michael Chambers, and Derek Johnson converge, unleashing truths that shatter illusions. Q's vigilant warriors stand firm, eyes piercing through scripted deceptions, connecting ancient patterns to today's headlines like Revelation's prophecies unfolding. These digital soldiers, fluent in crypto ledgers and election anomalies, hold the line with Isaiah's fire, arming veterans and awakening minds. Trump's bold warnings echo, assassins lurk, but the White Hats expand the battlefield, flipping the Overton window wide. Tariffs crush foreign thieves, exposing Supreme Court corruption tied to Clinton shadows and foreign bribes. By April 2026, investigations will dismantle judicial overreach, reclaiming sovereignty as Trump doubles down, tariffs soaring to 50% on cheaters. The deep state's narrow debates crumble under this onslaught. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount, Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount, Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back layers to child trafficking horrors. Files drip, fueling outrage, but White Hats monitor, breaking moral chains. Humanity's numb souls awaken to the scale, adrenalized blood trades, McDonald's secrets, evil tires, momentum surges on our side. Tribunals churn at Gitmo, sentences executed in shadows, ready for revelation by summer 2026. Iran simmers as strategic strikes expose Obama's failed deals, uranium lies at 80%. No world war, just precision dismantling diplomacy's facade, tying to assassination plots. Trump's exile claims. Bait for puppets. Aliens loom, files released by mid-2026, ET DNA manipulations, ancient tech jumps, Gilgamesh truths, sky people in Bibles. Eisenhower's greeted treaty exposed, portals glimpsed, underground bases like Area 51 pulse with secrets. Humanity's origins rewrite, freeing us from lies. Elections secure by November 2026, voter ID, no mail-ins except essentials. Save Act enforces despite Senate, military government overrides, sanitizing rolls under Executive Order 13,848. Cyber teams guard, exposing 2024 frauds. Swing states reclaimed, deep state capitulates. Trump, Supreme Commander, declares, occupied no more, Great Liberation dawns January 20, 2027. Puppets flee as sovereignty restores. Patriots, the veil rips. Evil's ugly run ends, we've endured, refined in fire. Momentum's ours, collective consciousness unbreakable. White hats unite, storm raging, light victorious. Hold fast, dawn breaks, empires fall, Q's plan unbreakable. S2s. March 17, 2027, CIA Project Artichoke files, declassified records reveal Cold War human experimentation, and why ID still sparks controversy, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Declassified documents tied to CIA programs from the early Cold War, particularly Project Artichoke, have resurfaced in public discussion, reigniting debate about how far intelligence agencies went in experimenting on human behavior and control. Originally launched in the early 1950s, Project Artichoke was a precursor to the better-known MKUltra program. Its stated goal was to explore methods of interrogation, psychological manipulation, and behavior control using chemicals, drugs, and other techniques. A 1952 memo from the program outlines research into substances that could be administered undetected and used to influence mental states, including anxiety, confusion, or compliance. These experiments were part of a broader Cold War context, where U.S. intelligence feared adversaries were developing similar capabilities. Some of the documents reference theoretical methods of delivery, including the possibility of introducing substances through everyday channels such as food, drink, or medical treatments. However, historians emphasize that much of this research remained experimental, and the full extent of real-world application is still debated. Project Artichoke operated alongside other classified efforts and involved collaboration with military and scientific institutions. By the mid-1950s, it transitioned into MKUltra, which later became the subject of public outrage after investigations revealed that unwitting individuals had been exposed to substances like LSD. In 1973, many MKUltra records were destroyed, but surviving files and U.S. Senate hearings in 1977 confirmed that secret human experiments had taken place, often lacking proper oversight or ethical safeguards. These revelations raise serious questions about government accountability, medical ethics, and the limits of national security programs. They continue to influence modern debates around public trust, especially when discussions turn to healthcare systems and pharmaceuticals. While some claims circulating online go far beyond documented evidence, the core historical fact remains: Cold War intelligence programs did conduct covert experiments aimed at influencing human behavior, and in some cases, those experiments crossed ethical lines. Today, Project Artichoke stands as a reminder of a period when secrecy, fear, and geopolitical rivalry pushed scientific research into dangerous territory, leaving behind a legacy that still shapes public skepticism and demands for transparency. Voter fraud, twos. March 17, 2026, Dominion voting machines were allegedly found by election experts to be programmed in some counties to give Biden 113% per vote, and Trump only 87% per vote. From that moment on, control over the money supply shifted away from direct public oversight into a central banking structure capable of creating currency, setting interest rates, and steering the entire economy. At its core, the criticism is simple: money today is largely created through debt. The system expands by issuing loans, meaning new money enters circulation only when more debt is created. Over time, this builds a cycle where governments, businesses, and citizens remain locked in continuous borrowing, while interest payments flow upward into the financial system. Inflation becomes the silent pressure point. As more money is created, purchasing power drops. Everyday life becomes more expensive: housing, food, energy, while savings lose value. Meanwhile, during financial crises, major institutions are often stabilized through massive liquidity injections, reinforcing the perception that the system protects the top while the average citizen absorbs the cost. Critics also argue that this structure extends beyond domestic economics. Central banking policies influence global markets, debt systems, and even geopolitical strategy, linking finance with international power dynamics. Supporters of reform push for alternatives, greater transparency, audits, asset-backed currencies, or entirely new financial infrastructures that would limit centralized control and reduce dependency on debt-based money. Whether viewed as a stabilizing institution or a deeply flawed system, one reality is clear: the Federal Reserve sits at the center of America's economic engine. And as pressure builds from both economic shifts and public skepticism, the debate over who should control money and how is becoming louder than ever. The EBS global activation was expected within the next 48 hours via a President Trump and JFK Jr. joint address from Jerusalem, a biblical moment. Two American patriots returning the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. It was rumored that President Trump, Commander-in-Chief of the global military alliance, was headed to Israel and there would take command of the Temple Mount, reclaiming it for God's true followers. Trump saw it as the end of the great fight and said, "Every move was ours from the start," scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. In a Simpsons cartoon series they predicted that on Wednesday, March 18, 2026 Trump would become King of Israel. A little creepy, don't you think? After all, Trump and the Q movement have always promoted that Israel would be last in this great war of good against evil. Believe it. Only time and release of the EBS military broadcasts will tell. We do know that at least since the Biden so-called inauguration, we have been watching a movie, along with their scripted actors, or clones. It's hard to tell anymore whether the scenario with Trump in the Holy Land was part of play acting. We also know that Trump's military was winning the war with Iran, a country that for years has been building up their nuclear power while shouting death to America. And we actually have paid protesters here in America who are against Trump and what he is doing to save America. Duh. Then there's that scenario just a few days ago when it was reported that Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested. A Special Forces military unit was said to have raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. Byington bombshell report, worldwide EBS. Martial law, Clintons arrested, face hanging at Gitmo, global financial crash yet. Way back in September 2021 it was reported by Michael Baxter of Real Raw News that William Jefferson Clinton following his military tribunal at Guantanamo Bay in September 2021. In 1990 the popular news show 60 Minutes dropped a wild report on human cloning and how it was already happening. A CIA whistleblower has confirmed the existence of directed energy weapons, DEW, but a Harvard scientist took it a step further, revealing a more sinister agenda. According to the scientist, these directed energy weapons will work in conjunction with Project Bluebeam and could be used to create atmospheric ionization, manipulating radar to make people believe alien crafts were in the sky. He compared the technology to laser pointers, saying it could even simulate the illusion of an entire army invading Europe, an elaborate hoax. Despite his revelations, the scientist refused to disclose who was behind these operations. Islam was a national security threat. General Flynn contends that if you dig into the AIDS virus, you'll find that it was likely manufactured by the U.S. government. Monday, March 16, 2026 Situation update. Byington bombshell report, Trump arrests Obama, prepare for 10 days of darkness, mass arrests, bank, ATM closures. Possible timing. Judy note, no one knows the date of the beginning of the days of darkness, where the new Starlink satellite system, which already has complete control of mainstream media satellites, will take over TV, radio and internet programming for 10 to 12 days. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with medbed activation. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with medbed activation, with a backdate of the first week in April. With a backdate of the first week in April. Monday, March 16, 2026 CBS activation. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Monday, March 16, 2026, breaking, gold never dies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reignites the gold standard debate. Gold can have a budget deficit. Gold can't start a war. Monday, March 16, 2026, just in, Trump demands emergency Fed action, cut interest rates now. Even a third grader knows it. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada E2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished. Gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. Wars and Rumors of Wars. Monday, March 16, 2026, Dubai is burning. And the whole world just told Trump, no. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. This morning an Iranian drone hit a fuel tank next to Dubai International Airport. Flights stopped. Smoke over the skyline. The busiest airport in the Middle East, shut down. Hours later, Fujairah oil port hit again. Saudi Arabia intercepted 37 drones in one day. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, All under attack. The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump demanded 7 countries send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Every single one said no. UK said no. NATO said no. Australia said no. Japan said no. China said Hormuz belongs to Iran. Trump's response: "We will remember. But here's what nobody is asking. Why would every Western ally refuse to help the most powerful military on earth secure the world's most important oil route? Unless they know something. Unless they know this war isn't about oil. It isn't about Hormuz. It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about what's underneath Isfahan. It's about the names in the Epstein files. It's about the $9.7 trillion that moved through the Federal Reserve with no audit. They're not refusing because they can help. They're refusing because if Trump wins this, every government that said no today has the same banks, the same donors, the same names in the same files. Falling crown doesn't stop at Tehran. Dubai is burning. The world said no. And Trump said he'll remember. He will. Share this. H. Monday, March 16, 2026. Inside the Bohemian Grove's alleged member list of elite men exposed in new searchable database. The real news for Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Monday, March 16, 2026. Breaking news: Trump hits Iran hard, oil war explodes, young Americans divided, economy under fire. March 16, 2026. Monday, March 16, 2026. Apocalypse over Tel Aviv. Missile strike turns Rishon LeZion into a wall of fire. Day 17 of the war. Video you won't see on TV. Government fraud. Monday, March 16, 2026. U.S. government Trump/Vance fraud task force. Monday, March 16, 2026. $1 million grant from DHS to Minnesota public schools to prevent drug abuse was spent on Somali programs. One of the fraudsters' involved husband also stole $5 million from taxpayers in a separate scheme. The grant was spent on Somali Youth Soccer League. Money from the grant was funneled into a NGO, after-school programming and youth engagement events. The district planned to allocate $120,000 to 6 local culturally specific organizations. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Monday, March 16, 2026. The city of Los Angeles bought a Ramada Inn for $10.2 million to house homeless. Since then, they started sending money to a NGO to take over the project. It's now sat vacant for 4 years and $20 million has been spent, meant to house only 32 people. No work being done. Money laundering. 4 years, neighbors say construction has been slow. Where are the workers? Where is the urgency? For almost 4 years, the property has sat unfinished. Why does it take so long and such a waste of money? There's nothing to even show for it. MAGA voice on Telegram. Monday, March 16, 2026. The National, Global Economic Security and Reformation Act. NESARA/JESARA is the most groundbreaking reformation to sweep not only the United States of America but the whole planet, thus JESARA, in its entire history. Trump therefore be activated on Telegram. The act does away with the illegal Federal Reserve Bank, the IRS, the shadow government, and much more. The NESARA/JESARA laws began to be formed when the cabal bankers' evil was exposed through a lawsuit by the Farmers Alliance. During the prior 150 years, humanity had accepted the bankers' way as normal. Timeline: 1892 bankers adopted their Bankers' Manifesto of 1892, in which it was declared, "We, the bankers, must proceed with caution and guard every move made, for the lower order of people are already showing signs of restless commotion. Prudence will therefore show a policy of apparently yielding to the popular will until our plans are so far consummated that we can declare our designs without fear of any organized resistance." The Farmers Alliance and Knights of Labor organizations in the United States should be carefully watched by our trusted men, and we must take immediate steps to control these organizations in our interest or disrupt them. The courts must be called to our aid, debts must be collected, bonds and mortgages foreclosed as rapidly as possible. When through the process of the law, the common people have lost their homes, they will be more tractable and easily governed through the influence of the strong arm of the government applied to a central power of imperial wealth under the control of the leading financiers. People without homes will not quarrel with their leaders. 1907 to 1917. In order to warn Americans, the 1892 Bankers' Manifesto was revealed by U.S. Congressman Charles A. Lindbergh, Sr. from Minnesota before the U.S. Congress sometime during his term of office between the years of 1907 and 1917.1910. John E. DiNardo, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, writes in his article "The Federal Reserve Act on the night of November 22, 1910, a small group of surrogates of the most powerful bankers of the world met, under the veil of utmost secrecy. Over the next few weeks these men would perpetrate, under the orders of their masters, perhaps the most colossal and devastating fraud ever inflicted upon the American people. This ultra-secret fraud is known as the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 concocted legislation, to be foisted upon the People's Congress of the United States, that empowered and commissioned this secret cabal of world-dominant bankers to print United States currency, a usurpation of our Constitution's explicit edict empowering only the United States government to print and coin currency. This world banking empire used their stolen power to print, out of thin air, paper currency which, in no way represents the gold and silver reserves that authentic currency is supposed to represent. 1913 The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 horrendous crime is explained here in this video. 1933 to 1934 Prior to 1933, Federal Reserve notes were backed by gold. This changed with the new law, Congressional Record, March 9, 1933 on H.R. 1491 p. 83. Under the new law the money is issued to the banks in return for government obligations, bills of exchange, drafts, notes, trade acceptances, and bankers' acceptances. The money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar, because it is backed by the credit of the nation. Monday, March 16, 2026 Sheila Holmes spills the beans naming names, Epstein floodgates exploding, super soldiers alive, cartel hammer drops and Jubilee reset incoming, the MAGA king on Telegram. Patriots, the dam just burst, red pill tsunami is here. Sheila Holmes, the researcher whose books armed President Trump with the real truth, unleashes fire, Epstein files are detonating worldwide. Former Norwegian premier arrested yesterday straight from the client list. Hyatt Hotel's head, confirmed pedo, vanished after resigning. He's running but Space Force tracks every move. Arrests accelerating hourly, politicians, CEOs, Hollywood scum sweating bullets as tribunals fire up. Trump's immovable trap was genius. He let the left scream for files while military held the kill switch. Q's misinformation necessary played out perfectly, biggest sting ever. Epstein likely flipped, cooperating with white hats. Spotted alive, long hair and beard. Ghislaine fronted for Mossad puppet master dad Robert Maxwell, fake name, running global blackmail with kids, all taped. Politicians owned. Now flipped. Briggs overflowing. Military justice, no pensions, just ropes for traitors. Explosive reveal, 83 SEAL Team 6 dead in staged crash post Bin Laden. Alive. Super soldiers, memory wiped since 2014, witnesses to Hillary Obama Benghazi gun-running treason. Fake death letters to families, no bodies. When they testify, the entire syndicate implodes overnight. Cartels crushed. U.S. forces seized 134 acres inside Texas, all equipment gone. Mexico green light SOPs on their soil. Cartel bosses Trump hosted last year sang. CIA ran drugs since Bush Sr.'s fake war. No mercy, boats bombed, lands taken. Venezuela, Cuba puppets wiped. Warriors drop fortified compounds 100 to 1 outnumbered with tech cabal can't fathom. MC Affy alive, lit cigarette painting troll. Backdoored systems, saved every destroyed email. Epstein Island pool pic with Clinton. Epstein snapped it, proof he flipped early. 2026 Jubilee, 50th cycle since fake independence. May 17 prayer gathering, 49 days before July 4 250th, return to Creator, end at slavery. Republic restored. Treasury to Temple, Texas. D.C. now. Washington Military District. Crime syndicate government dismantled. Divine feminine rises, mama bears, widows marching. Christ consciousness awakens. No more Constantine fake religion. Truth simple. Quantum manifestation direct to source. Flood hits pre-midterms. Traitors in Gitmo force election delay. Pray hard through May 17. Divine burn can end Sodom overnight. Greatest story ever told, Satan's empire falls, humanity reclaims Eden. We win. They'll lose. Bigly. You are advised to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, including bank and ATM closures while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites across the world. Judy note, links in this article have long ago been pulled from the internet. I left them in to show that they once existed for public review. The count on twos. April 21, 2020 was over 50,000 traumatized, malnourished and deceased children who have been pulled out of underground tunnels across the nation by the U.S. military and Marines since last October. The operations were authorized under President Trump as Commander-in-Chief, General Mark Milley and other military generals of the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force. Unfortunately, there were more operations to go to save the children, according to Timothy Charles Holmseth, reporter for the task force. Sunday, March 15, 2026, Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower every single day, except on September 11. Coincidentally, that's the day the towers were brought down. Also coincidentally, both his son and daughter were running late to work that morning and were not in the towers when they fell. Also triple coincidentally, Silverstein collected billions from insurance he recently bought on the Twin Towers before they were attacked, the largest insurance settlement in history. Sunday, March 15, 2026, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who spoke out about child trafficking, stolen elections, and global elites, was summoned to the Vatican for excommunication and silenced. If the world knew what they hide, governments would collapse. Sunday, March 15, 2026, Senator Ron Johnson on Face the Nation. It's official, Senate Democrats exposed for keeping DHS shut down amid terror threats. CBS reports highlights Sen. Mark Warner and other Democrats maintaining the DHS shutdown despite growing security risks and chaotic DSA lines. Critics call for Republicans to bypass the Democrats and Chuck Schumer by eliminating the filibuster to reopen DHS and protect American safety. Sunday, March 15, 2026. Because of the global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currencies worldwide, banks not Basel III compliant were closing, doors sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanishing into military custody. No statement. No explanation. Sunday, March 15, 2026. Trump's global military alliance have breached underground vaults where trillions were hidden, gold and securities seized, from the corrupt Rothschild/Rockefeller networks which have stolen the people's money since 1913. The gold was now under control of the new U.S. Treasury to back the global currency reset and be given back to the people from which it was stolen. Nothing's going on. That's because the mainstream media won't report it. In March 2026 alone, President Trump has declared the restoration of the now sovereign American Republic under common law, no more admiralty law or unfair debt. Activated the gold/asset-backed global currency reset and returned 209 countries of the world to the gold standard, thereby closing all banks not Basel III compliant. Declared worldwide activation of the Nizara and Jazara laws as the Great Debt Wipeout begins. Dissolved the privately owned by corrupt bankers fiat currency U.S. Incorporated, Bank of London and Vatican Bank. Transferred the once privately owned Federal Reserve to be under the sovereign government of America's new U.S. Treasury. In the process of changing the Internal Revenue Service into the External Revenue Service. No more income tax. The government will now function only on monies from tariffs and a 14% flat tax on new items bought only, with none on food, medicine, used homes or cars, thereby returning taxpayer monies back under control of the people. Trump's global military alliance has arrested, tried in a military tribunal and convicted former U.S. President Bill and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, sentencing them both to hang. Avoided a nuclear World War III by obliterating Iran's military and nuclear capabilities that Obama and Biden made possible. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Among the casualties of that Iran war was Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed by an Iranian attack, or so they say. Netanyahu was said to house the Vatican in Israeli underground tunnels, while promoting continual war against Israelis through his Zionism movement. In loving memory. The 6 Air Force airmen killed in U.S. military plane crash during Iran war identified as Major John A. Kleiner, 33, Captain Ariana G. Savino, 31, Dec. Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, Captain Curtis J. Ongst, 30, Tech. Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, 28. B. Possible timing, Sunday, March 15, 2026. Green light 11:11. The time has arrived. Final alert. Signal window open. Execution phase. The storm is upon us today, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, March 16, 2026 at 12 o'clock GMT, the final activation sequence will start for the worldwide Medbed network according to sources within the Global Quantum Alliance. Also on Monday, March 16, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. EBS Project Odin 10 Days of Darkness final activation, Sunday, March 15, 2026. The time has arrived. Final alert. Signal window open. Execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Green light 11:11. Sunday, March 15, 2026. Urgent. Project Odin plus EBS sequence. Final activation pangs confirmed. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Starlink override locked. Mossad media dead. Blackout staging complete. Arrests now, resignations and headlines. Watch closely. JFK Jr. symbolism dropped today for a reason. The storm is biblical. The Almighty has spoken. WWG1 forever. Sunday, March 15, 2026. The detonation sequence from March 13 has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on March 16. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression. It is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars, Sunday, March 15, 2026. NBC breaking, President Trump says he's hearing that Iran's supreme leader and that Iran desperately wants a ceasefire deal. I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that's surrender. Iran wants to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet, Trump told NBC. On the Strait of Hormuz, we are going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe we'll be joined by other countries who are somewhat impeded, and in some cases impeded from getting the oil. On Khamenei, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him. Global currency reset, Saturday, March 14, 2026. The global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currencies worldwide is happening right now. Foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange/ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. During the first week of April 2026, redemption centers will start processing live appointments in accordance with full JASR protocol. The schedule is already being filled with authorized, Tier 4B, participants, according to sources within 2 U.S. Treasury branches. We've all been ready for this moment. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Final GCR synchronization phase, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Global system alignment. Financial networks across multiple regions are now aligning their settlement systems with a quantum-secured infrastructure that has been prepared and tested for years. Once the switch is officially recognized, all participating systems will update simultaneously worldwide. Notification phase. Activation alerts will begin appearing through secure app updates, encrypted wallet notifications, or coordinated system messages. These alerts will guide users through the first steps of accessing the updated financial interface. Wallet access. After activation, users will log into their QFS wallet interface, where updated balances, digital assets, and synchronized financial records will appear. Every change will be permanently recorded on the quantum ledger, ensuring full transparency and verification. Transition stage. The infrastructure is stable and fully prepared. Recent system tests confirmed that the network can operate securely, offline, and without disruption while processing global transaction volume. Everything is aligned. We are now at the threshold of the public activation of the new financial system. What takes place in a redemption center? Biometric authentication will be used to verify your identity, asset-backed rates will be used to verify and exchange your ZIM, dinar, and dong holdings. A digital quantum card that is directly linked to your sovereign QFS wallet will be given to you. You will receive an overview of project support funds, debt clearance, and post-exchange asset management. Places are strictly regulated. Not a single drop-in. Be prepared as you will receive a direct encrypted alert with your time slot. Security procedures, military-grade encryption and surveillance are used to safeguard these facilities. The quantum ledger records every action, which cannot be removed. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC. And banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. L2s. March 10, 2026 Bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One republic. One commander-in-chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada the Illusion Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. And wars, wars and rumors of wars, Sunday, March 15, 2026 for the war with Iran. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Secretary Chris Wright, for 47 years, Iran has threatened the Strait of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors. Just imagine an Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Fox News, President Trump just went hard against Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for being owned by the cartels. She should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels, for some reason, she doesn't want to do that. The cartels are running Mexico. Sunday, March 15, 2026 RFK Jr. drops a devastating truth bomb. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine were suppressed not for safety, but to protect a $200 billion vaccine empire. Fauci, Big Pharma, and Big Tech killed the cures to keep control. This is medical betrayal on a national scale, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Fraud could be as high as $434 billion over the last 5 years. And get this, the truth is California has more fraud than the rest of America put together. California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal healthcare funds spent on services for undocumented migrants, according to federal audits. Sunday, March 15, 2026 5 illegal alien human smugglers enabled by Joe Biden's open borders, just got slammed with a combined 89 years in federal prison. These monsters kidnapped a pregnant woman, then brutally raped her in front of her terrified 7-year-old daughter, the 47th on Telegram. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Boom. Rubio draws the line, U.S. cuts citizenship exit fee from $2,350 to $450, visas are a privilege, not a right. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Newsmax bombshell, Obama at the center, sedition, lies, treason. Calls for arrest explode after 2016 plot exposed. It's time to arrest Barack Obama. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Operation Red File, leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy, Trump signs military arrest order, JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Bombshell report, the Comey files, traitor identified. Code Red Justice deployed. Sunday, March 15, 2026 Hillary Clinton's email to pizza man John Podesta confirms that the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar founded ISIS, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Julian Assange, ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is the most significant email in the whole collection. The government of Saudi and the government of Qatar that has been funding ISIS. Under Hillary Clinton and Clinton emails revealed. The largest ever arms deals in the world was made in Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled. In other words, during Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of Bribery, the Obama's State Department approved massive arms sales particularly to Saudi Arabia. The result was the rise of terrorist groups like ISIS, funded largely by the very people who were bribing the Clinton Foundation. In short, and the destruction were in large part due to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Our Sunday, March 15, 2026 200 years of Rothschild power, the banking dynasty at the center of global finance, Mr. Poole on Telegram. For more than 2 centuries, the Rothschild banking family has been at the center of debates about global finance, war funding, and the evolution of modern central banking. Their rise began in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, when Meyer Amschel Rothschild sent his 5 sons to establish banking houses across Europe, creating one of the first truly international financial networks. From London to Paris, Vienna, Frankfurt, and Naples, the Rothschild system specialized in government lending and sovereign debt, helping finance monarchies, infrastructure, and major wars across the continent. As global trade expanded, so did their influence. By the mid-1800s, the family's financial network had also reached the United States. In 1837, banker August Belmont arrived in New York and built strong ties within American banking circles and the Democratic Party. Belmont's connections helped link European capital with the rapidly growing American economy, making the U.S. a key market for international finance. Throughout the 19th century, wars often required massive borrowing from private banks. Historians note that European banking houses, including Rothschild affiliates, played major roles in financing governments during conflicts such as the Napoleonic Wars, the American Civil War, and later global conflicts. Critics argue that international finance sometimes benefited from wartime lending, while defenders say those loans were essential for governments facing enormous wartime expenses. By the late 1800s and early 1900s, the American economy entered the Gilded Age, when powerful industrialists and financiers, figures like J.P. Morgan and John D. Rockefeller, built massive corporate empires. During this period, financial consolidation and banking power became dominant forces in U.S. economic development. The turning point came in 1913, when the Federal Reserve System was created. Designed to stabilize the banking system after repeated financial panics, the Fed introduced a central banking structure that still governs U.S. monetary policy today. Some critics believe private banking interests shaped its creation, while economists generally view it as a response to financial instability in the early 20th century. Since then, the Rothschild name has remained associated with global finance, philanthropy, and international investment. At the same time, it has also become the subject of countless theories about hidden influence in politics and economics. What is undeniable is that the rise of global banking dynasties in the 19th century helped shape the modern financial system. The legacy of that era, central banks, international capital markets, and government debt financing, still defines how economies operate today. More than 200 years after the Rothschild network first emerged, the debate about who truly controls global finance and how economic power should be distributed continues to fuel political and economic discussions around the world. Sunday, March 15, 2026 breaking, Maduro implicates Pence and Pelosi in massive 2020 election probe, USA Department of Labor on Telegram. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has reportedly told federal investigators that Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi were lavished with millions of dollars, luxury vehicles, expensive jewelry and gold coins by Maduro's narco-terrorist regime in exchange for refusing to allow an investigation into the massive fraud that occurred in the 2020 election. In the 2020 election, Venezuelan bought and paid for voting machines and software known as Dominion and Smartmatic turned Trump votes to Biden. In other words, Pence and Pelosi took Venezuelan drug and blood money from a hostile foreign government whose drug trafficking activities have ruined Americans every year, and in return they knowingly certified a stolen election, thereby robbing 80+ million Americans of their will and their voice. This is the political crime of the century that makes Watergate look like small potatoes. Maduro's cooperation and testimony is about to take down lots of powerful people who committed the ultimate betrayal against our country for their own personal gain. Arrest Pence and Pelosi now. President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Incorporated. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold/asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's global military alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals. Reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16 has begun. The blackout will not bring fear, it will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. B Global Currency Reset Saturday, March 14, 2026. The global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange/ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. See Saturday, March 14, 2026. Breaking: first wave of NISR/JAZARA activation. United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany and Australia are now being reported as the first nations entering the initial phase of the NISR/JAZARA transition. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram as of 4 o'clock EET on Saturday, March 14, 2026. Multiple channels claim that gold and asset-backed currencies have been activated, signaling the beginning of a major shift in the global financial architecture. Quantum Financial System, QFS, interfaces are said to be updating in real time. Legacy fiat structures are reportedly being phased out. Rainbow currencies and asset-backed units are appearing across internal banking displays. Personal financial profiles are synchronizing with the new ledger, while illegitimate debts are being cleared from the system. Financial observers describe this moment as the opening stage of a worldwide monetary reset, where transparency, asset backing, and quantum secured transactions replace the legacy banking framework. The transition has begun. The golden age era is now unfolding. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Setting up your new quantum financial system, QFS, wallet, bank account, NISR/JAZARA connected on Telegram. The quantum financial system is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. JAZARA funds are worldwide. NISR funds are for the United States citizens. April 1, 2026 is not symbolic. It is operational. After that, the system does not pause. It advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS sovereign wallet appointments begin, expected after April 1, 2026, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS sovereign wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. That silence will not be a mistake. It will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury routing systems and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before JAZARA/NISR funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out. No paper checks. No transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment. Advisors, legal contacts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official. Stay focused. Stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account, only you would. G2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished on forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, Wars and More Wars. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it, President Donald J. Trump said. March 14, 2026. Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Strait of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Saturday, March 14, 2026 on Piers Morgan. Professor Zhang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this on mainstream outlets? Military tribunals. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Red alert at Naval Station Norfolk. Armed breach targets military tribunal facility. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. A serious security incident unfolded at Naval Station Norfolk after armed operatives attempted to breach a secure U.S. military tribunal complex, triggering an immediate response from Marine security units and military police. According to security reports, the coordinated operation involved multiple armed teams, cyber interference, and stolen federal credentials. The attackers attempted to penetrate restricted areas where high-level tribunal proceedings and classified evidence storage were underway. The breach began at a maintenance access gate, where a compromised identification badge belonging to a missing civilian contractor was used to gain entry. Once inside the perimeter, the attackers attempted to jam communications, disable surveillance cameras, and interfere with electronic security systems. Their main targets were Tribunal Rooms 3 and 4, where hearings tied to financial crimes, intelligence-related cases, and international trafficking investigations were reportedly taking place. Security response of the situation escalated when Marine Fast Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team units intercepted one of the groups moving toward the tribunal corridor. A brief exchange of fire occurred before the attackers retreated toward the stairwell. Other teams attempted to reach evidence archives and detainee transfer corridors, but a manual lockdown system sealed key sections of the complex before sensitive materials could be accessed. Military personnel eventually neutralized or detained several attackers, while others attempted to flee the installation. Local law enforcement assisted in intercepting escape routes around the Norfolk area. What they were targeting, investigators believe the operation aimed to disrupt tribunal proceedings and destroy critical evidence stored inside the facility. Devices recovered from suspects included encrypted drives, communication jammers, and equipment designed to destroy digital records. Officials say the targeted evidence included recorded witness testimony, classified financial ledgers, communications tied to international networks, sealed whistleblower depositions, digital archives from prior investigations. Some defendants connected to these cases had reportedly agreed to cooperate with investigators, making protection of the evidence a key priority. Lockdown and investigation. Following the breach, the tribunal zone was placed under emergency military lockdown, with additional security forces deployed across the base. Navy surveillance assets monitored surrounding areas for possible accomplices. Forensic teams are now analyzing malware traces, seized devices, and communication logs linked to the attackers. Early findings suggest the operation required advanced planning and insider knowledge of facility systems. Tribunals continued despite the attempted disruption. Officials confirmed that tribunal proceedings will continue under heightened security. Military commanders described the incident as one of the most serious attempted breaches of a U.S. military justice facility in recent years, emphasizing that protecting evidence and witnesses remains the top priority as the investigation continues. Guru Information and Intel J. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Boom. The Patriots are rising as 107, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14, 2026 roundtable. 107 on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's Prime Minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits, only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign, troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs, the chains are breaking. Shocking. This is the Second Revolutionary War, patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist bankers' schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire, escalation threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours non-stop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, topples as Mujtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion. Just more deep state desperation. Alert. Financial Armageddon looms, 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress tests forced 60% cash in worthless bonds, balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money, gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished, external tariffs fund the republic. Property taxes skyrocket 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools, indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence, face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations, puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters freed amid Colorado demos, her 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brannon's arrest imminent, treason straight to Gitmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations, Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms, state-picked senators, no midterms. Yo-yo. SES and IG. Carter's deep state tools, dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals, Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5, 2026, 50th day post July 4, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory, 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all, fight on. Route Apex 11, emergency deployment, 178 units airlifted to Southeast Asian coordinates. Civilian pre-registration now open for Batch Gamma participants. Route Sentinel 5, European grid expansion, 312 units distributed across Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary overnight. Priority code activation sequence D57H-E-A-L is now live. Cross-reference with QFS Node 14 for humanitarian wallet verification. If your sovereign ID contains 2, 6, or 8, your appointment window opens in 36 hours. This information will not be repeated. Financial warfare escalation. Big Pharma index collapsed another 11.2% at market close yesterday. Emergency board meetings reported at Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Insider sources confirm mass document shredding at 3 corporate headquarters. They are destroying evidence. It will not save them. The grid expands. The countdown continues. The healing approaches. 57 days remain. Tomorrow's drop, leaked Phase 4 activation coordinates, 250-plus cities revealed with appointment scheduling codes. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Israel is last, checkmate, checkmate, explosive revelations, 107, Michael Jocko, and Sheila Holm unmask the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Israel is last, Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed, Mr. Pool on Telegram sat. 14th of March 2026. Republican leaders on C-SPAN, as terror threats have emerged. Across the country, the very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026. Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 N.G.O.s to facilitate the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. 10 days of darkness on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that the United States has ended all aid to Somalia. Dan Scavino on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026. Fox News, California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal healthcare funds spent on services for undocumented migrants, according to federal audits. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Tom Homan just revealed Minnesota counties are letting ICE into the jails to arrest illegals. Unprecedented cooperation is now happening. They caved. Illegals are being arrested instead of being released into Minnesota. This is huge. Tom Homan did it. On Friday, March 13, 2026, Senator Chuck Schumer accidentally revealed that the real reason he doesn't want the Save America Act passed, it would purge voter rolls of illegal or ineligible voters. Democrats want to make illegals their new voting base. Saturday, March 14, 2026, a new Epstein file revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was backing ISIS through U.S.-Israeli proxies. As Paul Harvey would say, and now you know the rest of the story, Jazara on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026, surprise surprise. Boom. U.S. government, via FAA, NASA and NOAA, officially admits to spraying chemicals, manipulating weather, and altering Earth's atmosphere. Sat. March 14, 2026, Vigano vs. the Deep Church, excommunicated for exposing hell. He named them. They erased him. Saturday, March 14, 2026, explosive, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unleashes whistleblower war on deep fraud. Patriots can earn up to 30% for exposing corruption. Saturday, March 14, 2026, shocking corruption. Federal judge blocks grand jury from investigating Federal Reserve. Pirro explodes, demands impeachment. CIA. Saturday, March 14, 2026, foreign interference played an enormous role in the stolen 2020 election, as well as others. The production of fake IDs and ballots to produce voters is just one of many of the massive intrusions in our elections, as well as remote access, foreign servers, and machines built with compromised electronics, giving backdoor access to alter election outcomes. The writing is on the wall, the Trumpist on Telegram government fraud. Friday, March 13, 2026, today a federal judge blocked Trump from investigating the Federal Reserve. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Read that again. A judge just told the President of the United States he is not allowed to look inside the books of the institution that prints your money. Why? What's in those books that a federal judge would risk his entire career to protect? Here's what happened in the last 72 hours. Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve Board. First time in history. They wanted transaction records from 2009 to 2024. Within hours, Judge James Boasberg stepped in and blocked everything. Called it government overreach. The same Judge Boasberg, who oversees the FISA court. The same court that approved the illegal surveillance of Trump in 2016. The same judge. The same system. Protecting the same people. $9.7 trillion moved through the Fed's emergency lending programs between 2008 and 2023. No audit. No oversight. No names. Trump wanted the names. They said no. Now ask yourself, while the judge was protecting the Fed, what else happened? 200 Marines deployed to the Middle East. 9 drone strikes hit the UAE. 50,000 U.S. troops now in the region. The KC-135 shot down. 2 terror attacks on American soil. All in the same week the president tried to open the Fed's books. Coincidence? The Fed isn't a government institution. It's a private bank owned by families whose names appear in the same files Trump has been unsealing since January. Epstein's files. Soros's accounts. Obama's transfers. They all lead to the same building on Constitution Avenue. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 11, "The war isn't overseas. The war is on Constitution Avenue." The bombs falling on Tehran are destroying the offshore accounts. The subpoenas are targeting the onshore accounts. They blocked one. They can't block both. Falling crown. Phase 5 is the Federal Reserve. The judge bought them days. Not weeks. Not months. Days. They blocked the subpoenas. They activated sleeper cells. They hit a tanker. They attacked a synagogue. All to protect one building. It won't be enough. People may wonder why they were closing down the world for 10 or so days while the global military alliance headed by President Trump made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites. It's because those deep state elites have control of the world's 209-nation Q plan to save the world. Martial law has been declared worldwide, with military tribunals activated under emergency powers according to President Trump. The U.S. constitutional republic has been restored, with the new U.S. Treasury located in Temple, Texas. Washington, D.C. was now the Washington Military District. The deep state cabal's crime syndicate government has been dismantled. Last night, Thursday, March 12, 2026, a Special Forces military unit raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. That was the beginning of the end for the deep state cabal. Their crimes have been happening uncontrolled for a very long time. Back on Thursday, September 11, 2014, I wrote the below article about some of those deep state elites. The Netherlands. Mark Rutte, officials of the Canadian, Dutch, Australian, UK and US military and governments including the USA's CIA, plus prominent government ministers, judges, politicians, businessmen and celebrities in the US, UK, Belgium, Holland, Canada, Australia, France, and Ireland. Judy. Note on other news for today, the Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States, Executive Director of the Oversight Project Mike Howell testimony before Congress on Thursday, March 12, 2026. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Mexican drug cartels and Muslim Brotherhood networks were feeding the deep state Satan-worshipping shadow government. Under Trump's leadership of the global military alliance, all were collapsing like dominoes. Airports were seeing hours-long delays due to TSA shortages as Homeland Security lockdown sees no signs of ending. The Democrats have refused to budget Homeland Security, so airport employees were refusing to show up because they were not getting paid and needed to earn money elsewhere to support their families. Bohemian Grove, California. Tunnels run across the country, under major cities and clear to Washington, D.C. under the new ballroom Trump personally funded and built right on top. Dated January 1, 2024 has thousands of signatures of generals and admirals saying, "We will fight until two-tier justice ends." Election fraud. We already have it all: mirrored servers, quantum evidence, every fake ballot, every crime from 2020 through 2024 has been nailed. Voting machines made to throw in elections were dead. Paper ballots, hand counts, same-day voting coming. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, the quantum financial system will be formally unveiled. The fundamentals of this system as well as actions that any citizen can take to start utilizing it will be revealed in a worldwide broadcast that is securely transmitted via the Quantum Communication Network. The QFS operates on synchronized quantum nodes impervious to manipulation, interference and surveillance. No current supercomputer can crack the level of security provided by quantum encryption, which secures every transaction, account, and asset. This is financial sovereignty for everyone, not just the wealthy. In Saturday's demonstration, you'll discover how to get into your biometric assigned account and observe how rainbow tokens work as actual, gold-backed value. You will comprehend the reasons behind the phase-out of every antiquated technique, including fiat money, third-party processors, and credit networks. Tomorrow's demonstration will feature real-time, secure and instantaneous international transfers that are carried out without the need for banks, apps, or approval delays. Humanitarian initiatives will be funded in a matter of seconds. Blocked assets will be reactivated and redirected to the individuals. Most significantly, you will witness how corruption at its source is prevented from affecting your identity, wealth, and future. This is the end of the days of financial slavery, hidden taxes, and weaponized inflation. Judy. Note high alert, the below is a plea. On Monday, March 9, 2026, insiders confirmed the final activation phase was locked in, with the quantum financial system fully live in mirroring every bank account across the planet to gold-backed currency. The global currency reset was live across all 209 sovereign nations. On Thursday, March 12, 2026, the final sequence phase activated, with a 48-hour countdown to worldwide blackout and 10-day stay-at-home under global military alliance. Prepare. Pray. Friday, March 13, 2026, final sequence confirmed, global martial law lockdown, EBS overriding every screen, phone, radio and internet feed worldwide. For the next 3 days the EBS broadcasts loop undeniable evidence, 8-hour documentaries airing in loops 24/7 expose the deep state's pedophile networks, child trafficking rings run from the Vatican, election fraud. On Tuesday, March 17, 2026, Trump invites patriots to Washington, D.C. to unleash his epic Independence Day event, National Rededication to God, 49 Days of Prayer to July 4, 250th. He unveils the reborn republic under QFS gold standard. Freedom dawns brighter than ever, the Democratic Party lies in ruins, exposed as the cabal's puppet arm, never to rise again. Early April 2026, NESR launch, plus global emergency broadcast and global lockdown lasting 10 to 12 days, asking everyone to stay home during a specific 5-hour window where comprehensive documentaries would be shown across all stations that enlighten the masses on recent events. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Early April 2026. Jazar exchanges. Sources linked to U.S. Treasury offices report that the first Jazar exchanges are scheduled for early April 2026. Authorized Tier 4B. Participants are already receiving preparation alerts. At the redemption centers, biometric verification confirms identity before asset-backed exchanges for ZIM, dinar, and dong. Participants will receive a quantum-linked card connected to their QFS wallet. Security is strict and every transaction is recorded on the quantum ledger. Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Breaking: we're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. The first week in April was when the general public would be notified to set up their QFS money accounts. Friday, March 13, 2026. U.S. debt clock. Breaking news: $5.5 trillion banking scam exposed, the Fed and 50 state credit union banks face off to free America from debt serfdom. Friday, March 13, 2026. Breaking alert: the United States just passed a bill to ban the Fed from creating a central bank digital currency straight after the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers Federal Reserve was caught in a $5.5 trillion banking scam. They lost again when Congress banned them from creating a central bank digital currency. A central bank digital currency might sound modern and convenient, but behind the sleek name hides a dangerous idea: full government control over your transactions. Unlike Bitcoin or other decentralized cryptocurrencies, a CBDC would be entirely controlled by the state. That means your ability to spend, transfer, or save could be monitored, limited, or frozen, all with the flip of a switch. Judy note: we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Twos. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement: President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Thursday, March 12, 2026. Mike Howell testimony before Congress. I currently serve as the executive director of the Oversight Project and previously served at DHS and on Capitol Hill conducting oversight of immigration matters. I testify that Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the constitutional Republic of the United States. The United States of America is still reeling from the worst border invasion in its history. This invasion could not have been accomplished without a colossal partnership with the NGO community. Simply put, the government just did not have the capacity to get this many people in and around the country without the support of the nonprofits. And to that end, they gave them almost $6 billion to a conglomerate of UN agencies and over 200 NGOs to do just that. The Oversight Project has led the way in exposing what I call this border industrial complex. We did the first of its kind study where we tracked illegal aliens by their cell phones as they went through these nonprofits at the border. In just a 1-month period,